come on down. And I'm sure you can explain better than I this recent trip and competition that you attended. I know that several local service organizations helped with your fundraising, as did several members of the city council. Because I'll say this, you're not the innovators and thinkers of tomorrow. This proves that you are the innovators of today. So you don't mind if you want to introduce your administrators who are here and each of the kids and talk about the accomplishments. I think we have a little video to show after that.
Hi, my name is Sean Waring. I'm the engineering and robotics teacher at South Day High School. I'm joined by my principal, Mr. Jonathan Britton, my assistant principal, Mr. Kenny Sanat, and all of these amazing students that are in part of my program. You're gonna get your shout outs, okay? So, Ryan, good job. We got Joseph, Miguel, Moises, Kobe, George, Raul, Mia, Michelle, Scarlett, Exceedy, Angie, Cree, and Chris. And there's a couple more that obviously weren't able to come today, but what we do is we participate in a program called First Robotics. Every year they give a game that's released January 1st. We have no idea what it is. The kids get about 8 weeks, give or take, to come up with a concept and build it, create it, test it, and then we go to competitions. And this year we were extremely fortunate with an amazing group of kids. We did really well. The first trip we went to Orlando, we got into the semifinals, and then when we got to South Florida, they got into the semifinals again, but they also earned an award called the Industrial Design Award. And what that does is recognizes their build process and the mechanisms that they created and all of their hard work. They documented it, presented it really well, and that qualified us for the World Championships in Houston, Texas. And thanks to all these amazing people here who supported us and every local organization in Homestead, we were extremely grateful for the support, and it got to take these kids. Many of them never flew on a plane before, never got to see Texas. We competed with 600 teams from all over the world in front of 55,000 people. And it was an incredible experience. I get chills just thinking about it. So thank you very much. Would you guys like to explain them how the robot works? Or do we want me to do the talking? How would you like to do it?
Let's see it run.
Yeah. We can turn it on. You can show it to them. You don't have to drive it. You can put it right here on the Oh, no, it's here. I got it. Yeah, it's in the gray cable. Okay. Yeah. So some of the things I'll talk about while they're getting prepared is the nature of the game. The nature of the game is the robot has to shoot these yellow balls into a basket that is. Thank you. Into a basket that is about 6 feet up in the air. It's a polycarbonate little basket. The robots have a tracking system, so this is an automated camera, and they track things called April tags that look like QR codes. And what it does is when it sees the QR code, it automatically aligns the robot, and then through the miracle of coding and all this amazing stuff that they have learned, it changes the velocity of the shooter rollers, it changes the angle of the hood, and making the trajectory so the ball scores into the basket. For us, this year, that was a huge accomplishment. For us to get a robot to actually automatically point at something, it's a big step forward. It might be us. It could be the robot. It runs on a Wi-Fi signal, so it is wireless, attached to a computer system. And they're going to show you a couple of things that it does. It may be a little loud. Don't worry if it makes a noise where it opens up. It has an intake system that deploys, and there's what we call an expandable hopper because it has to start in a configuration that is that square, and then it can expand into a bigger size to carry more fuel. And our goal was to try to carry like 40 or 50 fuel so that we could score faster. So that's what it will do. Actually, let me hold one of the fuel so I can show. All right. And then it also has these things called swerve drives, so the robot can actually drive like a drone. It can go forward and backward, but it can also slide left and right. It can rotate in place, which makes it a little bit more agile in a sort of an athletic type competition. Some of the other things that we do in class, we use SolidWorks to make a CAD design. So all of this is designed. It's probably the radio. It might be. that we could be probably causing that problem.
They're mating.
Yeah. Because the radio does its own Wi-Fi signal, so it's probably causing an issue.
Maybe turn the mic off, maybe.
I did.
Oh, how about that one?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're connected? Go ahead. So, we'll go ahead and show it how it works. Okay, let's put the intake to the front. All right, go ahead. We'll turn it around because otherwise it'll shoot the wrong way.
See the guy in the red tie, Steve?
We're gonna go that direction. We'll try. We'll give it a shot. All right. So when we go ahead and deploy our intake, you'll see that it expands. Okay. So this system down here has roller guides in it. So you can go ahead and roll it, and it'll pick the ball up and capture it into the box. It drives over a whole bunch of them at one time. It can load up about 40 balls in about 2 seconds maybe, because he drives really fast. Now let's go ahead and turn it around, and we'll see if we can aim this where we're not going to shoot it far, or I'll block it. Okay, because it shoots a lot of balls at once, so we're going to probably close it down a little bit. Just go one time and see how it shoots. Yeah. Okay, that's good. There we go. So it shoots kind of fast. You can see here, can you make the hood move? Okay. So this is the actual hood that actuates when they don't put them inside the hopper. Here, just hold. Go ahead. Yeah, sure. So there you go. Okay, that was perfect, actually. He wants to see it shoot. So let's go ahead and put two. We'll drop 2 balls in there. There you go. Right? Yeah. Perfect. So, a lot of testing and tuning went into this to make it work. They got a really long way. They've done a lot of amazing things, and I'm just super proud of them and really honored to have had them represent our community on a world stage. And so we are extremely grateful for that. Thank you.
Well, I know that you all did well at the competition, and I understand well enough to pick up a sponsor for.
Part of the thing that I was speaking of a minute ago, just remembered that. While they're talking in the pits, one of the things they get to do is speak to leaders. They have judges that come around and listen to their process. They get to speak to the United States Navy and talk to them about their stuff. And obviously, they're interested in students who are doing this for technology. And they actually committed to sponsoring us for next season financially to help them, go on again and see if we can make it to the championships again. So that was a really nice thing for them to do.
simply without them, nothing would get done. To our entire Public Works team, both in the front lines and in the office, thank you so very much for your exceptional service to our residents. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Avila?
Citizens, which is coming up on June 12th at the Michael Williams Center. Mayor and Council, if you'd like to join us, this is the oldest citizen we could find in the city of Homestead. The youngest and oldest, so paramount and quite a blessed individual, if I can't say myself. What a beautiful family. Well, you're quite a celebrity. We'd like to give you an opportunity to say something. Anybody? Would you like to say something?
Thanks. Thanks for me coming.
What's the secret?
Hmm?
To beauty and long life.
Oh, yes, I always trusted God.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We were at her house, I want to say 3 years ago with Miss Mallory here for our Mother's Day drop-off event. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Miss Mallory. She is a very long-standing, amazing member of the Southwest Advisory Committee. We have kind of assigned some of these wonderful board members to specialize in something that they're great at, and she has done such a good job of helping us take care of our seniors, especially in the Southwest. Thank you.
so many people here. Usually by this time at night, there's nobody here. So thank you all for sticking around for all these large presentations we've had tonight. I would like to invite my Mayor's Youth Council to join me up here, please. We're going to show you a short little video of some of the things they were able to participate in throughout the year. And I don't think they know it, but I wore a red tie tonight in honor of their red shirts. Go ahead and play that video, please.
So we talked all night about the rest of our lives, where we're gonna be when we turn 25. I keep thinking times will never change. Keep on thinking things will always be the same. When we leave this year, we won't be coming back. No more hanging out 'cause we're on a different track. And if you got something that you need to say, you better say it right now 'cause you don't have another day. 'Cause we're moving on and we can't slow down. These memories are playing like a film without sound. And I keep thinking of that night in June. I didn't know much of love, but it came too soon. And it was me and you, and then we got real blue. Stay at home talking on the telephone, and we would get so excited and we'd get so scared, laughing at ourselves, thinking life's not fair. And this is how it feels. As we go on, we remember all the times we had together. And as our lives change from whatever, we will still be friends forever. So if we get the big jobs and we make the big money, when we look back now, will our jokes still be funny? Will we still remember everything we learned in school? Still be trying to break every single rule? Will little brainy Bobby be the stockbroker man? Can he ever find a job that won't interfere with the tan? I keep thinking that it's not goodbye. Keep on thinking it's our time to fly. And this is how it feels. As we go on, we remember all the times we had together. And as our lives change from whatever, we will still be friends forever.
So as you can see, they had a very full, I call it 9 months because we don't do anything during the summertime. And we're losing 4 great kids today. And as you guys saw, Homestead's full of great kids, great talent. And they're just an amazing group. And we took them to Boston. So now on their resumes, they can all say they actually went to Harvard. So I'd like to invite outgoing Mayor Brooke Marsili to come up front. And they're going to be excused right after this because they've got to go up and vote because tonight's the night they vote the new people in and who's going to be the mayor, vice mayor, clerk, and treasurer, or church? Social media person. So let me give it to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Brooke Marsili. I've had the wonderful honor of being on the Youth Council for the last 3 years. Last year I was able to serve as clerk, and this year I was able to move up as mayor. Joining the Youth Council I think has been one of the most memorable experiences in high school. In school, you don't really get to see what it's
says she's shy. When I texted her this afternoon and said, you got a speech prepared, right? She goes, well, Jasmine said I didn't have to say anything. And I didn't expect that to come out of you. So that's what leadership is all about. Congratulations for working your way up to become mayor. The guys that are leaving, congratulations, Ray, Layla, and Jasmine. Sorry. And actually, Jasmine is a child of Leslie, one of our city employees. You have a very great daughter here. Thank you. And that's all I got, so let's take a picture. You guys want to come down and join them? You want to stand up behind them? We'll kind of show them this here. Yep, come this way. Hold on, I want to bring one person down. Come on, Lisa. Come on down. Come on, come on, come on, come on. She chaperones every year. I can't do it all by myself, so can you imagine me with 12 kids in a foreign land by myself? It just doesn't work out that way. Thank you, guys. Good luck to all of you. You know how to get in touch with me if you need anything in the future.
Last but not least, Councilman Cannonball has asked me to join him for this presentation, and it was intended to be done earlier this month on one of those, crossed wires, miscommunications. Many of you are aware and were with us when we celebrated at the beginning of May the Autism Acceptance Month, and we've proudly flown that flag for autism acceptance out on our plaza. And we wanted to recognize another individual who works very hard in that arena to work with children and young adults who are living with, not suffering from, living with autism. So, Oscar, come on up. Welcome. So we have a quick proclamation, whereas Oscar Muse, a dedicated professional sports educator and visionary leader, is the founder and CEO of Autism Soccer LLC and the Hope for Autism United for Soccer Foundation. And since 2012, Oscar has been a pillar of the South Florida community, providing specialized athletic programs designed to empower children with autism and neurodiverse needs through the beautiful game of soccer. And whereas the tireless efforts of Oscar Muse have expanded the reach of these vital services across Miami-Dade County, bringing hope and inclusion to families in Miami, Homestead, Doral, Kendall, North Miami, Opa-locka, and all of the surrounding cities. And through the implementation of the innovative Rivera methodology, Oscar Muse has created a unique environment that focuses on the tactile, visual, and auditory development of young athletes, ensuring that every child can not only participate, but thrive. And his commitment to the community goes beyond the field, aiming to impact 1 million lives over the next decade and providing a sanctuary where children can build confidence, social skills, and physical health. Whereas the Hope for Autism United for Soccer Foundation stands as a testament to Oscar's 14-year trajectory of excellence, compassion, and unwavering advocacy for children who were once left on the sideline. So by virtue of the authority
so much for this proclamation, and I'm looking forward to open and start working with you children in this beautiful city of Homestead. Thank you so much.
We're very honored to have you here in the noble cause that you're patrocinating, and thank you for all your support.
I would like to invite one person in the picture with us. Kathy, please. She's a resident for this beautiful city of Hialeah, and is part of my family as autism for the last like maybe 15 or 20 years, maybe. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation agenda for this evening. And what an incredible showcase of all of the depth of talent and commitment and effort that permeates our community. So this will conclude the presentation agenda. We're going to take a few minutes while they reboot the audio for the broadcast on some of the internet platforms. Just a quick programming note, I know there are a lot of folks here who have signed up or who wish to speak under public comment at our council meeting. We have a community redevelopment agency meeting and a really quick local planning agency meeting next, and then we will get into the council meeting where we will have public comment and discuss some of those items that you have signed up to address. So get comfortable, go wait in the lobby, go to the bar across the street, whatever. That's what we need, the bar across the street. So we'll take a maybe 5-minute break to let our IT guys get things rebooted so folks can sit at home or wherever and join these proceedings. Thank you all. Good night.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh no, 1, 2, testing. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6.
Welcome. Enter your the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
Testing 1, 2.
Councilwoman. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. For the record, today is May 20th, 2026, and it is now 6:26 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Ross?
Here.
Board Member Fletcher?
Here.
Board Member Cannavale? Board Member Konski? Here. Board Member Avila? Here. Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Here. Chairman Losner?
Here. Mr. Beck, are there any deletions and or deferrals from this agenda?
No, Chair, there are not.
Thank you. All right, we'll move into tab 1, which is car number 5013. And this is a response received for a 163 notice regarding the Chrome Marketplace. Mr. Beck?
So, Chair and board members, following our January presentation on an unsolicited proposal for the potential acquisition of 204, 220, and 230 North Chrome Avenue, as well
see it and discuss it before. So, and then I'll remain on the side to answer any questions that you may have. But the site is not far from this location, and it's an interesting site because it's a historical location, you know, in North Chrome Avenue, and there are three properties, adjoining properties that are at the moment are underused or not in use, and they're being adjoined and renovated to create the marketplace. We think it's a very exciting project because it can really bring and start activating what's happening in downtown. We want to infuse really the essence of Homestead in this project. That means a history of agriculture, a history of farm to table, restaurants and spaces that really talk about the history and also provide opportunities for the future, such as cooking and chefs and education in this space. So a couple of images here, inspirations. You'll recognize the fruits or the flowers and the colors and the textures. And then we get inspired with that, and we bring, you know, these joyful and thoughtful materials to infuse the design and the project. And it's also a marketplace, so it's kind of all-day activity with breakfast. We have a bakery, but we also have a market conditions, and we have restaurants. And actually, one important point is really bringing the outside in and the inside out. So as you can see in this image, we are kind of really opening that facade so that the light from inside and the activity and the life is viewed from the street. And as this event space and this restaurant gets used, people start to enjoy it, and you know, they want to stay here for lunch, for after hours, happy hour, whatever that might be. And we are lucky because it's a corner, and so of course this will help activate, like I say, this corner condition, and hopefully will be a catalyst for other development that will happen in the near future. Some inspiration images that we've rendered here on the inside. The location can accommodate up to 7 food concepts with a central dining area. The central dining area and the landscape and the vegetation that we're bringing in can be movable. So we envision this for events, gathering, even weddings that can happen inside, and celebrations as well. More inspiration images. On the left, the bar and seating areas. And this is perhaps, some of you will recognize this, the floor plan. As I said, in the perimeter you see up to 7 food concepts, small, each one has a back of house, food prep area, and front counter to attend the public. The central has a circulation and the seating that can be accommodated, and on the right you'll have a bar. This is actually, when I say that we think about this space active in the morning, after lunch, active in the evening. You know, these are the different areas that get activated throughout the day. And in fact, the bar is tied to a lounge that can open outdoors with folding glass partitions, again, to dematerialize that boundary so people can come in and out and maybe even sit outside during the good time of the year when we can do so. Inspiration here, a little drawing, an architectural drawing of that, how that starts to look like. And I think there's some points that we want to make about, the investment and the revitalization and the improvement of the property. Of course, everything will be code compliant. We have to upgrade the utilities, the HVAC, everything has to be new in order to comply with the current codes and with the program that we are intending to use. And so it's a major investment for this site. And these improvements are permanent, so it's a long-term investment for a downtown asset here in Homestead. And it's built for stability. Caven has a group of partners that are bringing here, and also commitments for the different food establishments that want to be here. So I think it's a model that it can be sustainable and used on the long run. And having said that,
of my own need a few blocks away because we have residents coming online, and a 40-minute trek north to the closest urban core is untenable at this stage. So what we're looking to do is really invest in the urban core, to which I really see Chrome Avenue being very similar to like what Green Street is in Coconut Grove. You can revitalize it over long term. Downtown Naranja, which is 30 blocks north of Homestead city limits, they can never have your walkability in this Chrome Avenue corridor. While they're building the high rises, 15 stories, 12 stories, all those lanes are essentially 4 lanes going north and south. It's the equivalent of what you see at Aventura of walkability. So this urban core requires an investment from the city or a development, and because of the cost of infrastructure, because of the cost of long-term individual retail restaurants, it's unsustainable. So what we're doing here is easing the process for individual restaurants to step in, and instead of a restaurant having to work about grease traps, permitting, we're essentially enabling 7 to 8 businesses to walk in at a turnkey service, and restaurants will essentially come in with cash registers, with built-in refrigerators, grease traps, and ovens. So the process for onboarding potential tax-paying tenants is much easier for the city. And we'll open up the dais for the questions.
Council, who would like to start? Board, CRA board. Who'd like to kick off conversation? Mr. Beck, anything to add while my colleagues are gathering their thoughts?
No, I think that you all have certainly seen quite a lot in what we have drafted in our summer review and the overall proposal, so I would leave it to your questions at this time, unless there's anything in particular that you would like for me in the interim.
Well, okay, so for me to start with, unless anyone else would like to jump in. Go ahead, Councilman Roth.
Let me go first.
I'd be happy to follow you.
Thanks. So I know you sent an email in reference to some of the costs associated with building out the project, because the $11 million seems awfully high for that location, and I didn't get to review what you sent. Can you give us an overall view of what this build out and why it's going to be $11 million?
So I will be glad to share with you the general overview in terms of what I sent based on the assessment that the CRA had completed. That did not factor in a complete, fully finished build out. As I've talked with the folks from Bear Atlantic on their cost estimate, which is more than what we had on the estimate that we had prepared, you'll note that they had made substantial modifications to the building and factored in really that finished element, such as removing the walls between the buildings, the skylights, other major factors. What we had provided for you all in that second attachment yesterday was based on the cost generally related to working within the existing buildings in their configuration. So we keep the 3 buildings. It would be for the HVAC, the electrical, the plumbing, the grease traps, the AV, any demolition, drywall, and basically creating the warm shell. That was what we had prepared, and that was what came in at that approximate 3.6 million number. Again, I'll leave it to Kaven or the folks from Bear Atlantic to opine on some of those greater costs, but that is what we had provided yesterday.
So that's really the variance here. Variance from the city perspective was initial shell, so you can lease out to a third-party company to come and build out. Our perspective is the cost of building out a restaurant or a sustainable business with the cost of interest. Our approach is we're going to, including appliances, furniture, and essentially everything turnkey for an individual to come in. So the cost assumptions is full build out as if individual restaurants, and we're talking 8 build outs of restaurants within the space. So the cost is significantly more compared to what the city's assumption on 3.6 million is, because it's a fully turnkey retail. So let's clarify.
So, and I don't know if we've gotten that far to get to the financial structure of who's paying for what. Are we at that point yet?
Well, I would say that if, following the discussion tonight, the board
invest in parallel to that, the 2.5 million, because I see hospitality space like everyone else in the rest of the market. Hospitality has a 90% fill rate. I'm asking the city to participate the additional difference. But regardless of the case, the opportunity here is I'd like to purchase all 3 buildings. I have to make the $10 million investment into the city. And regardless of the case, for self-sustainability, we have 8 businesses that can't afford to build out restaurants on their own. We're making that investment. We're asking the city in parallel to join us in that investment. So that is my perspective on this. So, and to also counter that same point, and this is kind of the process of why, in my perspective of why Chrome Avenue has not developed over the long term. Chrome Avenue, the cost of revitalization, the cost of liquor licenses, the cost of FF&E and employment, small mom and pop businesses can't support the absorption rate and sustainability of that cost. Unless you spread that cost across, the reason why we also looked at this building and saying, okay, what if we just did 1 restaurant and 1 bar? The true cost of building that one single tenant can't absorb the $45 a square foot. You can go across the street and you look at why the rest of the corridor has not developed. It's the same problem. So our perspective is we want to revitalize the corridor, and the way to like spread the risk is to create a mechanism of 8 tenants that can reduce their cost per square foot under $25. Because if not, you're asking 1 tenant to come in, buy a building or lease a building, and then also invest for 10 to 12 staff back of the house, and then in parallel, absorb a cost of a restaurant that has a 90% fill rate. Mathematically, if I'm 1 restaurant, and that's what the larger development groups won't tell you, if you're 1 restaurant, that's $65 a foot. Comparatively, if I'm spending $65 a foot for absorption costs and cost of interest today, I'm going to go to downtown, I'm going to Brickell and have the free foot traffic. Me, I have to invest because I have residentials in this community. So this is, to me, is a win-win for the city, and then at the same time, you're essentially in a food desert that there's 1 liquor license. So comparatively, on Crum Avenue, there's 1 liquor license active in that entire corridor. You have a population of 200,000 people and no other incentive business. So we're looking at it not just a linear factor, but we're looking at it how it compound, and as residents come online, Naranja has another 2,000 units coming online, 30 blocks north of you. Within the city, you have another 1,000 coming online, and there's 0 restaurants and 0 food and beverage. At some point, the city has to make an investment for the quality of life of the people outside of the doors. Larger businesses, at the same time, I have a consultant business. If I wanted to move my entire firm over here with 20 employees and say I'm going to invest $10 million for office spaces, the first question I have as a business owner is, okay, where are my kids going to go to school? And then after work, where am I going to go eat? If I have to walk out of my house and then drive 45 minutes north, why am I going to move my business here? So I'm looking at this as a nexus or engine to enable the city to work towards it. And so I think we align in terms of city and private partnership.
So, and I hope I haven't missed this. I know you and I have met privately at least twice, been through this package several times. I don't know, a couple weeks ago, the CRA director and I talked generally about this. I don't recall hearing or seeing that this was going to be cast as a purchase. I think that concept and that number would stand out to me, because in addition to the...
Let me clarify.
Okay.
So this meeting is to allow me to go into negotiations. I haven't even been afforded the opportunity to enter into appraisals. I haven't done my independent appraisal.
But nowhere in the package does it talk about a purchase. Irrespective of that, from the beginning, I have believed that your construction costs are highly inflated. And one thing that caught my attention was the legal consulting and advisory of $1.3 million, which was in addition to a category you called professional fees. So
I appreciate that, but
I don't know, is that some kind of slush fund? Is it a developer fee as you might receive on your other project that you have pending on the outskirts of...
I appreciate the concern, but again, that is my cost of what I have to pay my contractor. It's not a city that's going to pay my lawyers. So that is the cost I'm burdening.
But
So-
it's relevant to me because you're asking me to assist you with $2.5 million. And I'm having a hard time coming to grips with that line item being a legit line item.
So
And for me, this, this concept of purchase is something new to my ears. Maybe I hit a milestone birthday and I've lost my memory, but I've always conceptualized this in terms of a lease situation. So that's something new. But irrespective of that, my personal fear is, and irrespective of whether we assist you with nothing, something, or what you're asking for here, that we would have to drill down and get deeper into to your numbers to justify that. And certainly the numbers that were circulated to us for the amounts that we already have in this project, including the parking lot, are far more than, and I'll admit that I was mentally keeping track of. So I'm having a hard time supporting going forward when I don't trust the numbers that are in front of me, because it's all about numbers. So I'll
haven't been
stop there
afforded
and
the opportunity
be
to
glad to
present the
listen.
numbers. We haven't been afforded the opportunity to present the numbers yet. That
I'm
is the
sorry?
purpose of, we haven't been afforded the opportunity to present the numbers to the city yet. The only thing we've done is our initial estimates. I got third-party quotes. This meeting here is to present the opportunity to the city.
Okay, appreciate that. Now, and for some of you here in the audience, I know you hear about another project that this Bear Atlantic has going on. Just so you know, that is the proposed high-rise, high-density, subsidized apartments that are proposed to be put on that 5-acre church property that's right behind Winn-Dixie, adjacent to a single-family neighborhood. So I want y'all that if you're questioning and wanting to know what's going on, that's really the kind of developer we're being asked to get into bed with here. Board members?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we not move forward. I don't think there's enough information there yet for us to make a solid decision. Or do we move forward, let them negotiate, and see where it ends up? So that instead of debating everything right now, which is going to take up a lot of time for us to do, I think maybe we move it forward, let staff do their job, bring us back the relevant information, and then we can decide, do we want to do that deal or not? But I think if we debate it tonight, it's just going to take way too much time.
No, I agree. And I think, for me, any debate tonight was, do we just kill these discussions or do we let them go forward? Now, to your point, Board Member Roth, if we were to direct them to more fully develop the numbers and go negotiate and bring something back to us, we're going to have a deadline. This can't go on forever, whether it be 60, 75, or 95 days. I think we need to set a date certain for bringing something back, whether it be, the August CRA meeting. That's a little more than 90 days from today.
Yeah, but I don't think it needs to take that long, to be honest with you.
We do July.
I think they can get to points within 30 days. Jared, what do you think? At least the important points, right? Because if we can't get past those, there's no reason to go forward.
No, I can support that.
So we could do it whenever a CRA is in late June, early July.
As soon as they're ready.
Okay.
Within that time frame.
Yeah. Board Member Konski? No. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So I believe that Vice Chair Bailey is moving that we direct that more detailed negotiations and more numbers be developed and come back to us for consideration not later than a July CRA meeting. Yes, and go ahead, Board Member. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion to negotiate with regards to the project, which is outside the city limits, but close to us and affecting many of the friends and residents of Homestead. I don't support that monster project in our backyard. But I do respect and really look forward to seeing this concept come to our downtown Homestead. I think that if you look at the numbers provided by our CRA director, not including the acquisition costs for the building and the acquisition costs for the, or perhaps maybe the acquisition, how much did we pay for the parking lot, Jared?
That was included in the 4.2.
Okay, perfect. So not including the acquisition.
But we spent a lot of money to develop the parking lot.
We've got $1 million in principal and interest to the bank for the loan. We've got $1.3 million that we've already invested in renovations. We've got $2,400 a year for electrical, $22,000 for insurance a year to carry the property. So if we continue to maintain this property on our list of dead weight, it's going to continue to be a burden to the taxpayers of the city, and it's going to be just one more empty building. And to have the possibility of 8 new businesses coming to our downtown and being supported in this capacity and this type of farm to table, I am all about this type of food and beverage experience for our Homestead and downtown area, but it has to be done responsibly in the sense of how we're negotiating our numbers. That's going to be big, but we also have to be considerate of how much we've already invested, the cost, and the cost of carrying this. It's not like we haven't already gone out to market multiple times trying to get a vendor to come in and take this project off our hands. And I had always understood that it would be a purchase scenario, but that there was interest for us to hear about a lease option, and I guess that'll come out of negotiations. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Anyone else? And look, I appreciate these. This would be a beautiful project and hopefully successful, but it's got to make business sense for the city of Homestead and our redevelopment agency. Board Member Roth?
Yeah, and I would also consider the selling of that property, because
absolutely
there's no reason for us to hold on to it so long as we could recapture what we've spent on the building. And I know we pay for it.
I doubt that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's ways to make those things happen. So whether, we can hold some of the financing as well. So let them figure that part out, and we'll go on down the road. So.
And the elimination of the debt on that building is a big deal. Okay, so I think we have a motion and a second to direct further negotiation to bring something back to us not later than the July Community Redevelopment Agency meeting.
Correct. And what I do want to also then, in terms of setting expectations and clarifying what we're bringing back, in our presentation, or the presentation that was made in January, the discussion at the time was both to consider a potential longer-term lease as well as a potential for sale. So part of the aim then when we come back is to have a agreement on what that will look like. As everyone has mentioned, we've invested heavily in the building. We need to be mindful then of where that is. We do want to continue to, if there's an opportunity, to explore what that lease option might look like in a later buyback, as we've talked about some of the debt service we have on the building. And then we'd like to look at more articulation in terms of where those dollars, the projected dollars based on the summary I sent you and the proposal, where that aligns to and how all of these can come together. So with that as the understanding, we support the motion and bring this back in July.
Okay. And certainly, in a sale situation, it's going to have plenty of safeguards in place that we don't get, and I'm not accusing you, we've had some baits and switches lately on projects, I feel, that we're not going to wake up one day and say, and here, thank you for the building. We're going to demolish this and do 8 stories of high-density, live local, subsidized apartment units. That's not what this is intended to be or will be. So expect that we're going to need a lot of safeguards and milestones in place on a sale transaction, which I would prefer.
And we've said that previously.
Get it off our plate, yeah. Okay, so let's have a roll call then, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Ross? Yes. Board Member Konsky?
Yes.
Board Member Cannibal?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so next item is we have before us the minutes of the meeting of Tuesday, March 3rd, moved by Ross, seconded by Board Member Fletcher. All in favor? Any opposed? And then the next item is tab 3. Mr. Beck.
So, board members, this is also a submittal or response rather to a 163 notice that was issued at the director of the board based on a March presentation for the potential acquisition of 2 vacant lots the CRA owns fronting Southwest 4th Street between 5th and 6th. You've all been briefed by me, I believe met with the proposer, and so in the spirit of time efficiency, I'd like to ask them to make a brief presentation and then enter into discussion with the board.
Thank you. Hey, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Robert Rubin. I am here on behalf of Homestead Narrative 1 LLC, and I'm with Jerry Proctor, our legal counsel, and we're here to talk about the park at West Homestead. So about a year and a half ago, we, the CRA and the city owned some property that were contiguous to our land, and we approached them about purchasing that land and building more density. The CRA came to us and said, why don't you consider doing something for the community and your neighborhood? And we thought about it and came up with, we've had many iterations, but here we are today with what we've come to the council with. And essentially it is to buy the CRA land and convert it or into a park at our cost, and to maintain the cost, and the amount we're paying for it will be, including the improvements, will exceed or at least equal or exceed the appraised value of the land. And it actually will allow the CRA property to be put to good use. Let me give you some perspective. The land is the one in the center there that's vacant. On the top portion of that's 4th Street that runs east-west, and the north-south streets are 5th Avenue and 6th Avenue, to give you perspective. And of course, as I said, the proposed use is a public community park. It's not gated. It's not going to be gated. It'll be open. And the price that we're proposing, including improvements, will equal the appraised value or exceed it. It allows us to create a unified development. These are some points. There really are no other parks in the vicinity there, so we think that's a big added, and I'll explain why in a minute. It activates underutilized CRA land, and we believe that it aligns with the CRA redevelopment mission, and we bear all the costs of the land. And as I said a couple of times, we're paying the fair value. So we've designed, this is a sketch of the property. We're using native trees, of course. We have a children's play zone. A little free library is one of the benefits. Ergonomic seating so that it's not used as a place to sleep. And ADA pathways, etc. So, parks are good for a community. It actually enhances the value of the surrounding properties. It's good for, safe place for kids to play as well. And it also can be used or will be used as a place for runoff for water if we should have a hurricane or something that causes could impact the neighborhood as well. And parks can contribute to civic pride, and there's a lot of benefits to parks, including increasing the value of the neighborhood. So we believe, I just want to add, this is not part of today's mission or discussion, but wanted to give you an idea of the project that we have been working on, that we did not enhance the units. It's 30 units, 2 stories. 1,450 square feet, 2 floors, and we're hoping to have that completed in about a year and a half. and the homeowners association will take responsibility for the maintenance of the park. This is just a site plan, give you an idea, and this is the sketch. But just a couple points here. I think a park like this can cause, especially in west part of Homestead, can cause, it can be a catalyst for, or a snowball effect for other developers and for community to purchase or rent in that neighborhood. So we think it has a lot of public benefits, attracting other private investment as well. And this is workforce housing, we believe. So we think we'll draw a really good quality community around this park and our community as well. So that's essentially what we have proposed, and I think Mr. Proctor has a few comments.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Mayor and Council, Mr. City Manager, Madam Clerk, Sherry Proctor, attorney, pleased to be here with Mr. Rubin. This is, excuse me, a proposal for purchase of two very small lots owned by the CRA right on 4th Street for a total of $30,000. The appraised value of the property is much higher. However, one of the conditions of the approval through your CRA staff is that we put an equal or greater amount of improvements into the park than the appraised value. And I would say to you that the appraised value is based on the highest and best use, which is commercial. And we're not only not developing commercial on the land, we're not even developing residential, we're developing a park. Our development next door will be residential, very modest. It's 30 units on about 1.6 acres. It is really smaller in scope than a development that was approved on the same property back about 6 or so years ago. So the appraised value is based on something we're not doing, and we're committed to putting in the ground in the park in terms of landscaping, playgrounds, vegetable gardens, and really whatever we work out with the CRA staff. It's not really set in stone, but whatever we work out with them has to equal or exceed the appraised value. So that's the benefit in addition to the benefits that Mr. Rubin mentioned. Just a couple of other details. There's a 14-foot alley running north and south, a public alley that was part of the plat for this area many, many years ago. We've asked for the city's help to take the lead to close that alley so that we can use it as a park. It doesn't make sense to use it as a street. And we've asked for the city's help as part of our agreement to do that, and we'll obviously provide whatever help the city needs to accomplish that. The development that Mr. Rubin showed you is going to be filed very shortly with the staff for administrative approval. And we're hoping to get that approval in the next few months and proceed quickly to development. With that, I appreciate your time, and Mr. Rubin appreciates it, and we're certainly here to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do that, let's have Mr. White read this by title into the record, the resolution.
This is a resolution of the Board of Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting the proposal submitted by Equipath for the acquisition and redevelopment of certain CRA-owned property located on Southwest 4th Street, folio number 10781303704050 and 10781303704040, as a publicly accessible neighborhood park, authorizing the executive director to negotiate and execute a purchase and development agreement subject to conditions, providing for implementation, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And real quick, just for the benefit of the public, there are covenants built into this resolution that it will be dedicated in perpetuity as a public park. The developer will always maintain it, and those will be enforceable covenants against the successors in ownership, if any, by the city. So we're not just selling at a very advantageous price this piece of property. There is a lot of strings attached. So, yes, Board Member Avalos?
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this item tonight under very strict conditions. We have spoken already, and as I mentioned in my briefing, I would like to make sure there's a reverter clause so that in the event that this is not brought forward and does not come to fruition, that the property does return back to the CRA. Secondly, it's really important to me that the agreement specifies that there's specificity in there with regards to how the HOA is going to curate programming. It's really important that this is not just land that's improved and it's open air and dead space for whoever wants to use it, but more so an activation for, as you mentioned, the vegetable gardens, co-ops, learning activities, having that community engagement. I saw that American flag there, beautiful. I really appreciate that gesture. That's an opportunity for local Boys and Girl Scouts to form and be more engaged and to bring it to half staff or to do retirements to those flags. So the HOA would have to be very involved and willing to make themselves available to have tables at their accessible to them. We may not want to put picnic benches and tables permanently there for different reasons. But if you wanted to put that in the plan, I'd like to see how that looks, or just at a minimum, make sure there's a plan in place to have access to tables to be able to activate the spaces, and that's already understood, so that 15, 20 years from now, this generation of council isn't here, there's not this ambiguity as to how involved the HOA is meant to be engaged with the community. So it is a very cheap price to sell land for in that area. A commercial development could be very profitable for a company. I'm willing to support this item to you if there's that commitment to make it a community pearl. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Vice Chair Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. All my questions have been answered. It was magical. It was like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The answers came. The maintenance is key. Those libraries, if they're not kept up, then it's just a complete waste of beautiful books and space. The garden, I think, is going to be an amazing addition. I would encourage also to consider planting some mango, avocado trees. I know there's a little more upkeep with them, but again, in an area that we just heard about, these food insecurities, it is a big help for some. So please consider if we can add that into the mix. As far as the gardening is concerned, that's going to come along with the programming. It doesn't need to be elaborate, but it needs to be well thought out. Seasonal, the flag with the scouts, I think that's an amazing piece. So as soon as you have somebody that is interested in helping with that programming, I know at least a couple of us up here would love to help put some of those things together. And you do something simple, it's something that is repeated yearly, that we know that maybe around 4th of July, the scouts, or the month of July, the scouts are invited to come and do something at the park. Just thinking those things out, it really helps the community know what to expect there and helps you be able to continue doing something that's consistent.
Yeah. My comment is that these are all great suggestions, and it's a public-private partnership in my eyes. And so any input we get, it's a collaborative effort. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pearl, do you need any formal amendments for the resolution?
I was going to ask for at least one. I heard Councilwoman Avila suggest that she would like a reverter in case the park doesn't come to fruition, which is not expressly in the resolution, so I'd like an amendment for the reverter. With respect to programming, it's something that we can try to work into the development agreement for.
Oh.
So,
Very good. So, do we have a motion on the table yet?
Go ahead, I'll second.
Sorry, is it the board's will to include some avocado and mango trees as well?
Yes, fruit-bearing trees, I'd like to include that.
I think Mr. Pearl just said that would be in the development agreement.
Okay.
That would be,
well, also, they're going to be coming back. You're going to have the opportunity pursuant to what's in the resolution now to look at their site plan and approve it. So you'll see that at some point before they proceed. So this is not your last bite at that apple.
the specific
You will look at
covenants.
that.
Yeah, we'll see again.
But
Or we
in
will
terms of
see. The reverter.
the conditions on the transfer itself, if I could.
Contain, yeah.
If I can have a motion to amend the resolution to include the reverter, and then we'll take the rest from there.
Okay.
Yes, to include the reverter, and my motion, so this is not coming back to us at all to review the development agreement, correct?
Yes.
No, you're authorizing the manager to enter into the development agreement. If you'd like to bring it back, we can bring that back along with the,
I mean, could it be circulated in briefings, and then if there's an objection for them to have the authorization to execute, then we bring it back to council?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we can do that.
All right, so,
Okay. So, but for the resolution purposes, we just need to include the reverter. So that's your motion. Well, let the district representative make that motion. So moved. And seconded. All right, is there any further board input? Is there any public comment on this item? So I'll close the public comment and ask for a roll call vote on this item.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Cannavale? Yes. Board Member Konski? Yes. Board Member Avila? Yes. Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, I believe that concludes the CRA agenda. So do we have a?
Thank you.
anything else?
Thank you.
We have a motion to adjourn the CRA meeting. It's been seconded. All in favor? All right. A couple of minutes to recalibrate and move into the LPA meeting. And then, believe it or not, sometime tonight, we will get to the regular council meeting and public comments and the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation and all of those things. Order for the City of Homestead, still May 20th, 2026, and it is now 7:15 p.m. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Board Member Roth? Here. Board Member Konski? Here. Board Member Fletcher?
Here.
Board Member Cannavale? Board Member Avila? Yes, here. Chairwoman Bailey? Chairwoman Bailey? Here. Chairman Losner?
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura?
Okay. All right. Director Storch, do we have any additions, deletions, or deferrals from this agenda? No.
No.
No, okay.
No additions, deletions, or deferrals. So first, we have the minutes of February 18th before us, moved and seconded. All in favor? And also the April 22nd minutes, moved and seconded. All in favor? All right, Mr. White.
All right, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the local planning agency to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask the LPA members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning the items on this evening's agenda.
None here.
Okay. So then at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on tab 2 this evening to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk at this time.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mayor, council members.
Yes.
Tab 2, tab 3, and tab 4 are all related items dealing with the same property, same project. Tab 2 is quasi, tab 3 and 4 are legislative matters. I can read each one into the record, introduce each one. You can have a collective conversation. However, before voting on tab 2, you'll need to vote on the legislative matters first before the actual rezoning.
Okay. So let's go in that manner.
All right. So tab 2, card number 5022, it's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning requested by Blue Net Towers Common of an approximately 10-acre parcel of land from retail commercial B2 zoning district to multiple apartment R3 zoning district for property generally located south of Southwest 8th Street, Lucy Street, and east of Southwest 192nd Avenue, Tower Road, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Card number 50-21, which is tab 3, is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map designation as requested, Blue Net Tower Commons, an approximately 20.33 acre parcel of land from technology mixed use TMU to medium density residential use for property generally located south of Southwest 8th Street, east of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for severability, inclusion in the city's comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 4, card number 5038. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead comprehensive plan by amending the text of the medium density residential use future land use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, to permit density up to 15 dwelling units per acre for properties containing a vested rights determination, providing for conflict, severability, inclusion in the city's comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date. These are all first reading.
Okay. So,
Mayor?
yes.
Do we need to discuss these now, or can we just push them on to the council meeting?
We could do that. We could just vote to push them on and have a more full, comprehensive discussion at the regular council meeting.
I think I'd rather do that, and we can get some of these other people to...
Right, but we still have to do it in the order.
Got it.
So that would be tab...
So,
yeah.
With regards to the text amendments, to the future land use text amendments, it's required to be heard by the LPA, and you all should take some public comments.
Okay.
Sorry to tell you that, but...
All right, so we're going to open, I think we've all been briefed. We understand what this is about with respect to tab 4. So let's open the public hearing for any public comment, or, if the applicant wishes to come forward, I understand we'll have a more comprehensive discussion at the council meeting. But let me open the public comment on this item on tab 4. If you wish to speak, come on down. Give us your name and address for the record. Try to position the microphone where we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We certainly can.
My name is Susan Sanchez. My address is 30961 Southwest 195 Avenue, Homestead, 33030. I really wish before you do all of this building, 15 units is a lot per acre for that area, and our infrastructure is horrible. Horrible. Tiny 2-lane farming roads, basically, is what we have in Homestead. And recently, even at all these little 4-way stops on 197th Avenue, backed up. It's incredible how it has changed. And the potholes, don't even get me started on that. We just don't have the water, the power infrastructure, or the roads to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Let me just say it's great to have an audience that's paying attention. Understand that as the property is currently zoned, right, and this conversion would be up to 15 units per acre, and it's from what I understand that this property owner has come in with site plan approval for townhouses, not apartments, even though the category is R3 apartments, that the site plan that has been submitted that we've not seen yet is with respect to townhouses. You may have heard of the state statutes that were enacted a few years ago, generally called Live Local. These properties currently enjoy a business zoning. Under the State Live Local Act, a property owner has the right to come in and, in this case, if they can do it without any variances, build high-rise apartments of up to 31 units per acre with no public hearing and no public input. So as perverted as it sounds, this is minimizing the top end of what could, under state law, that ties our hands here from saying no, what could be. I want everybody to understand that nuance there, that Tallahassee, and this is not just unique to Homestead, the actions of the state legislature 3 years ago really preempted, as we call it legally, tied the hands of municipalities from denying certain uses. That if they could figure out a way to put 31 apartments per acre on this 20 acres, they have the right under state law to do that. So if it's any consolation, if this is approved, we're reducing from the exposure of 31 down to 15 in terms of townhouses. I don't think any one of us up here disagree with you about the road infrastructure. Some of that is out of our control. Those are our county roads. We've solved the wastewater problem. The first step of this project was taken almost 3 years ago now, and because of sewer issues, has not been able to go forward. The city has the water capacity, and it also now has the sewer capacity. Road issues are somewhat of a county issue. They pay impact fees, and we have a good dialogue going right now with our District 8 Commissioner about recouping some $60 million that were paid by developments in Homestead to Miami-Dade County for road work. So I just wanted everybody to understand that, that's more backdrop here than we're potentially plopping down 15 units per acre in what used to be farm fields. So, is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this matter? So I'll close the public hearing. And again, this will go for more, full discussion on the council agenda later this evening. We need a motion on tab 3 first, 4. Tab 4.
Tab 3, you need a motion on tab 4.
Right, the text amendment first.
Then tab 3.
Right, okay, then 2. Okay. So I need a motion on tab 4, which is the comp plan text amendment.
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Bailey. I have a second by Councilman Fletcher. Any final questions or comments from, I guess we're still board, we're not council members yet. We'll change those hats at the next meeting. All right, so let's have a roll call vote on tab 4.
Board Member Cannavale? Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Konski?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Reluctantly, yes.
The motion carries.
Now we need to go to tab 3. Moved by Vice Chair Bailey. Seconded by Board Member Fletcher. All right.
Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Konski?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Yes. Board Member Cannavale? Yes. Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And in tab 2. Moved by Vice Chair Bailey, seconded by Board Member Fletcher. Let's have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Cannavale?
Yes.
Board Member Konski?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So, question for Mr. Pearl. This was the rezoning, the underlying rezoning, which would be a second reading, correct? Are there any second readings on these? If we can tie site plan approval.
No, this is first reading. So.
Right. This is first reading. The rezoning will require a second reading.
Everything will require
Okay.
2 readings.
And can we hold these until we have the final site plan so that they're all tied together rather than just a naked rezoning?
Yeah.
We can place them on the agenda together.
Okay, let's do that. I know it's in process. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. All right. So, anything further, Ms. Storch? That's it? Okay. Mr. Attorneys? All right. So that concludes the LPA. So I need a motion to adjourn. That's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. We will finally convene the regular council meeting in just a couple of minutes. All right, if we could all make our way to our appointed stations, we'll try to get the show on the road. Coffee and dessert will be served at 8:15. I hear the cake upstairs was good. I kept away from it.
It's east of 192nd Avenue, which is also known as Tower Road, and southwest 118th Avenue.
Oh, yeah. I heard. I didn't know it was, I knew you were done, but I didn't. Right. It was a good event. Yeah, I saw it. Right.
Southwest 18th, right? Okay, so that's the only change that needs to happen. Yeah, but let's talk before that. Why don't you tell them to get over there? I haven't had a conversation with them. Responded back to her. So, I want to talk to you first, game plan, before we jump on a call with them.
Jared, you want?
My brain's not going to work. So what time are they moving? So, and you already told them you were there. Is that? Why don't you and I talk? You have an 11. Okay. So once you and I talk, and then yeah, all right, so send me an invite, you and I talk at noon tomorrow, and then I'm not doing a meeting later, I'm not doing a meeting on Friday. Yeah. And so, yeah, we're closed on Monday, Tuesday.
Ready? All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is May 20th, 2026, and it is only 7:41 p.m. The invocation this evening will be given by Pastor Amelia Lavilas of Embassy Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Avila and the Homestead Police Explorers. We all rise, please. pastor here.
Thank you. Let's pray together. Our God, we thank you for all the leaders and everyone that are here tonight that have willingly stepped forward to lead our city of Homestead and guide it forward. We pray for our mayor and our vice mayor. We pray for every council member, every city employee, every community leader represented here tonight. Would you give them wisdom in every discussion and clarity in every decision that is made? And we pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arms. Left, face. Forward, march. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilwoman Avila. Here. Councilman Roth. Here. Councilman Fletcher.
Here.
Councilwoman Konski. Here. Councilman Cannibal. Here. Vice Mayor Bailey. Here. Mayor Losman.
I'm here also. Okay, the next item on our agenda is public comments, and I know several of you have registered to speak with respect to a specific item. We will give you the opportunity to speak when we bring that item forward. We're going to take a portion of the agenda out of order so that, that later item that you're here for is dealt with at the front of the agenda. So, having said that, I would like to now invite any member of the public who would like to speak on any matter to come forward, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. The floor is now open. Again, as I said, with respect to the spay and neuter clinic issue, we'll have specific opportunity there. So is there anyone wishing to speak on any other matter? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Thomas Fryer. Here about 42 through 56 Northwest 5th Street. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council people that were able to make the meeting that we had this week on access to my property that we have a problem with. Just to let all the other council people know what is going on, we have a problem with the access to my property. As far as the dumpster being dumped, I've worked with the city manager, and he's come up with a resolution as far as putting the dumpster in front of the building, and that takes care of the dumpster problem. The other problem is access for the tenants. It wasn't an issue until the veterinary clinic developed on the old property and put a fence up down the alleyway, because our cars, as they used to be able to exit, used to be able to go over on the property a foot or two to make the turn. The long and short history of this property is I've owned it for 34 years. 32 years ago when they built Pioneer Village, I was approached by Hero, and they came to me and wanted me to support the closing of the alleyway to the west in return for permanent access, paved access to my property, which the main concern came about 2 years ago when a for sale sign went up on the vacant lot that's behind me. And my concern is if that gets developed and a fence goes up there, it would be very difficult for the tenants to get in and out of the parking lot. So I'm just trying to find a resolution to where we have reasonable access to my parking lot.
Council?
Thank you, Mayor. This item was probably more appropriately discussed under the CRA, but that opened and closed rather quickly as we're trying to get through our heavy agenda. But what I'd like to do tonight is to just give general direction to staff to work with our CRA director, as it will ultimately be probably facilitated through the CRA for evaluation study and to bring back some ideas with regards to the vacant parcel at the rear of his building for future consideration. But in general, we did have a site visit, some of us multiple times, and we have been trying to find a solution, which there was brainstorming that was conducted, and so those discussion items would come at the CRA meeting as well. But I'll rest there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer.
Thank you for your time.
Staff and most of council is aware of the issue, and I think we want to fairly resolve it.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Last chance. So I will close the public comment section of the agenda and ask Mr. Manager and Council, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals from the printed agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The administration, with the support and the direction of Councilman Avila, would like to defer tab number 29, car item number 5042, which is the Interfaith Advisory Board. That item is going to be rescheduled to June council meeting.
Okay. Very good. So do we have a motion to defer that item to the June council meeting? All right, it's been moved and seconded, moved by the sponsor, seconded by Councilman Roth. Do we need a roll call on a deferral, Mr. Pearl? All right, all in favor of the deferral? Any opposed? Does that conclude the additions, deletions, or deferrals?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I know we have quite a few folks in the audience for maybe a couple of items, and if there are no objections, I'd like to now put before us item number 35. So before we go forward, Mr. Manager, I'd like to ask, I guess, your Public Works Director, would that be appropriate to give some background and to kind of put this in the posture of why we might be here and why our folks might be with us here tonight? Thank you, Cairo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a very exciting project and proposal that was brought forth to the city, and we are super supportive of the bringing this mobile unit to the city. But I believe that there may be some misconception as to what it is that we're trying to advocate for. The main topic here is the preservation of the well field. We only have 2 well fields that we can draw our potable water from, and we have to protect them. So I also wanted to bring to the attention of council before I move forward that in 2011, prior council put it as part of the comp plan, a restriction to prohibit the location of industrial and commercial activities which utilize hazardous materials within the immediate cone of influence of the city's public well fields. So if council decides that this is where they want to place any such type item, again, it doesn't say fixed, it just says industrial and commercial, then the council is more than welcome to go ahead and amend the comprehensive plan. But we have a much better idea. We have a much better proposal, and one that's even better than the proposed location in
And
Harris.
faster.
By faster, we mean tomorrow. You are correct. Yes, thank you for that. We currently have a park in the city, is Roscoe Warren Park, that is within the city, and it is, I believe, the perfect locations for a couple of reasons. First, let's go back to the well field. The well field collects water from the Biscayne aquifer, and that aquifer runs in a southeasterly direction. So anything that we want to place that could have hazardous material like biohazards or whatnot, if we place it downstream, that'll be safer in the event that there's any emergency. And again, I will touch upon that a little bit later. But not only is it downstream from the aquifer, but it also has ample parking. It's a park that doesn't have fields, so it doesn't regularly get activated by our city's pros department for soccer or whatnot. And it also has 2 dog parks. So imagine going to drop off a little furry friend, and I have a furry baby, who doesn't? And being able to let them loose, do their business, and that's none of my business, and then go back and get picked up again. So I think that location can definitely get activated tomorrow. We still comply with the comp plan, and not only that, we make sure that we preserve our well fields. So I said I would go back to that. We have 2 well fields, one in Whitcott Park and one in Harris Field. This is literally where we get the water that we drink. So the probability of any accidents, let's say, of contamination is very low. I would not say 0 because as an engineer, I will never say that. Let's say 3 to 5%. The issue, if it were to happen, is catastrophic. There is no water. If the well field is contaminated, the city of Homestead will not have water. That's just the reality. So when we say, well, it's mobile, but it's being stored at night without supervision at all times, so that in case of an event, let's say there's a fuel leak because this unit is self-contained and they're able to do operations there, so it has a sizable fuel tank. If there's a fuel leak, it gets addressed immediately because you call us and we go do it. If it were a mobile operation, that would be a fine location, but storing it overnight without supervision and over the weekend, to me, is problematic. But again, we have such an excellent location in the other park that I don't see why we would even consider Harris Field. Yeah? Is that right?
Right, and to put it in perspective, this is a county-operated mobile spay and neuter clinic.
Correct.
So Mr. Mayor and Council, Cairo Public Works Director, question. Mm-hmm. There was an original operation at this Harris Field for years. Mm-hmm. The city never experienced any of these technical challenges. And there are toilets in the well field.
Correct.
And there has not been any challenge, there has not been any concern, there has not been any spill. So I'm still struggling to understand why this will pose the level of hazardous exposure that you just alluded to.
That is a very good question. First, the installation was due to be removed, and Durham does have restrictions on permanent installations, which apparently they don't on mobile, because I don't think they have encountered something like this, where it's mobile but it's permanent. So although we didn't encounter anything in the past with that installation is fully connected to the system. Whereas a mobile unit, or let's say a motorhome or what have you, those have to contain biological hazardous material, and by that I mean, feces, blood, whatever, for a certain amount of time. And also, like I said, my main concern with anything like this is always going to be the fuel, because fuel is, if there is a leak and you're on the paved parking lot or wherever in the field, you will run off into an inlet. That's a given. And if that happens overnight and the whole tank dumps into that inlet, that is French drain that goes straight into the aquifer. By the time you wake up the next day, there's really nothing you can do. So again, the likelihood, small. The consequences, pretty dire.
So is it possible to reach out to the regulatory agency and approve this subject to their concurrence? Because I still feel the exposure is already there. It exists. We have toilets there.
Well, we don't need their concurrence. They don't have any objection whatsoever. In the field, in Harris Field, I mean. They don't have a regulation. I don't think they have considered this situation before. Because for them, mobile is mobile. and permanent is permanent. They do have one for permanent, even though there is no hazard with a permanent installation because it's fully piped.
Right.
So, but somehow they didn't consider it when they were writing their rules and regulations. So we don't need any concurrency.
But if it's the will of the council to have it ultimately at Harris Field, that will take legislative action to amend the comp plan, if we wish to do that. But that would not prevent that being opened literally tomorrow at Roscoe Warren Park, pending the comp plan change.
Correct, yeah. There is nothing on the comp plan regarding any other location other than protection of the well fields.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Appreciate it. You probably want to stand by. Councilwoman, this was your item.
Thank you. Yes, you can have a seat, but I appreciate the information. We do have members of the Miami-Dade County Spay and Neuter Clinic here to provide a presentation on this item, to speak about the history of it, and to provide some facts as related to the need for this at this location. While they're getting to the podium, there is a permanent location being proffered, you can come, being in the works for just right outside our city limits in the northwest area. So it is my intention that whichever one comes first, whether the redevelopment of Harris Field or the opening of that new location in the northwest area, for at that point in time, for it to transition to the Roscoe Warren Park. But for in the meantime, for it to serve as a restoration of very essential needed services in this area for our residents in the Northwest and in the Redland area, to which we, hear constantly about abandoned animals and the need for that access to return soon. So while I appreciate the diligence involved in making sure we're following rules and regulations, I did reach out to Mayor of Miami-Dade County, the DERM director, the various other agencies that were brought to my attention of concern. I have not received one objection yet. I have in writing that DERM has cleared this mobile, fully contained bus, which is similar to the Le Jardin buses that are used at their property, in the sense that it's one of those large RV, facility type buses. And I mean, my goodness, what would they say about the rodeo with all the cars and all the RVs and all the horse manure and all the urine and everything else that we do at Harris Field Park? There's a certain level of fear mongering that can go only so far. But I think that when you look at this from a common sense perspective, let's restore services to our community that are badly needed. Let's support the agencies that are telling us we have these services, and yes, we have proven concept at this location, and then we can move it to a location that does not have access to those services as well, but now we'll have balance. And so I do think that this process and this proposal as is fair. It's been thought through thoroughly, and I appreciate the manager's support of trying to make it happen. And so we would like to hear the presentation at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Good evening. Well, yes.
If I may, prior to, I'm more than supportive of this type of installation, but could we not just put restriction and make them install engineered barriers, the plastic barriers underneath the bus that would prevent the fuel leakage? It's pretty simple. There's tasks we can take to make this work.
So just to give you a quick response to that. You can have a secondary containment, which is more like a plastic under, or you can also have the vehicle come in, provide services at the end of the service. Since it's not going to be manned overnight, move to a safe location and come back in the morning. So there are several options. That's why I don't have any strong objection to this.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yes, thank you. My name is Viviana Andrade. I am the clinical manager for Miami-Dade Animal Services, and here with me is Jerry Estevez. He is also the live release manager for Miami-Dade Animal Services. We created a small MacMobile event, PowerPoint, to showcase some information for the MacMobile and its successes that could be done in the Homestead City. So pretty much in bringing the Mac Mobile here to Homestead, it's going to go ahead and reduce the intake of wanted litters. Perfect example is just yesterday, we had a small litter of 8 puppies come in without a mother. Thank goodness for our foster department, we were able to foster them out. But in providing surgical services down south, we can be able to reduce the orphan litters coming into the shelter. Another big thing is to go ahead and we'll be able to structure all the appointments via our Calendly application, so will be readily accessible to the constituents of the city of Homestead, and as well as lower the strain of, once again, in-shelter housing and bringing the dogs all the way to Doral and being able to unite them with their respectful owners. We're proposing a 3-day operation of Tuesday through Wednesday. Tuesday being cat-only days, we're proposing to possibly do 40 surgeries, and on Wednesdays and Thursdays, 25 surgeries each day. Our operational workflow will include 1 veterinarian, 2 veterinary technicians, and 1 clerk, and it will run from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. In doing this on a weekly basis, we'll be able to sterilize about 40 cats and 50 dogs a week. Appointments will also be walk-in basis based on surgical capacity, and it will all be inside the surgical unit, so everything will be contained. At the end of the day, we can be able to have the disposable, the bags. The biohazard bags will be transported to our community center in Cutler Bay, where we have the appropriate bins to be able to dispose of them. All in all, this project will be able to sterilize on a weekly basis on 90 surgeries in a week, 360 surgeries in a month, 4,320 surgeries annually. And most importantly, it'll be able to reduce 10,000 plus litters that that can potentially end up in the shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, if I may. Can you give us some details about the planned permanent location that's set to open next summer?
The Miami-Dade, the new Homestead location?
Well, they call it Homestead, but it's outside the city of Homestead, so just to clarify.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can
It's at
transfer that over to
296 and
Sharon.
US 1, correct?
I believe so.
They haven't released any of that plan information to us at this level. They had us basically do this as a focus.
So the conversation I had with Annette, the director, she said it was already slated to open in July of 2027. Are
That's
there any
correct.
changes to that plan?
So far, I think that's on schedule to be.
That's for the renovated trailer that used to exist,
The
fully
permanent
hooked
fixture.
up to Harris Field? That is what's going to be transferred to there in lieu of it coming back to Harris
Yes.
Field? Okay. And I encourage more questions for our presenters, but I do want to clarify that, I believe that distance to accessing services is a barrier, and it creates, difficulty for people who need these services to get them. So, I really I'm advocating for it to be centrally located for a reason, and while I agree that there's doggy parks set up at Roscoe, they're not going to be using the doggy park after they just get their surgeries done. Yeah. So, I appreciate the recommendation, but that is not, for me, a reason to not support this item tonight. And I don't see why this would not be able to be activated immediately, June 1st, and for us to get it going when the county that regulates this entity, this service, is not requiring anything except for us to approve and enter into an agreement for them to simply exist and park on the parking lot. There will be no on-site disposal, correct?
No on-site disposal.
You will be fully and 100% accountable of any waste that would occur.
Yes.
Correct, Councilwoman. I also want to add that I have already pre-scheduled, and we have a veterinarian and a team eager to begin in the MAC effective next Tuesday.
Thank you. And the whole comp plan thing, you know, when a council member reaches out to the Miami-Dade County mayor to get to the bottom of answers, and that doesn't work out the way that, you know, supposedly it was attempted to deter this item from moving forward, now we have surprisingly a comp plan issue which apparently didn't exist when this facility was permanently placed at Harris Field. So, you know, I say we move forward in good faith, and then if we receive a letter from an agency that says you need to shut down and move immediately, then so be it. But let that be the reason why. Thank you.
So if I might, let me ask you, it was represented that you would give us some justification as to why this needed to return to Harris Field, and I didn't see that.
Oh, I apologize. So we do have a lot of rescues down in South Miami that are in need to help sterilize pets that have been dumped throughout Chrome. Chrome is a very big dumping ground for dogs, unfortunately. And they are helping us in helping sterilizing these pets and finding them forever homes. The only barrier to be able to find these pets a forever loving home is intake such as vaccinations, microchipping, so this wouldn't happen again. And the main thing is sterilization. So we don't find the litters of these pets that have already previously been dumped to be dumped again. So we're trying to end the cycle there.
Well, no, I get that, and I don't think you'll find anyone up here who is opposed to the services that you provide. No one is asserting that they're not needed. No one is asserting that it shouldn't come back. You didn't quite answer my question. I think my question was locational. You know, the difference between Harris Field and somewhere else within the city of Homestead.
Oh, I apologize. So Harris Field pretty much has everything that is needed for the Macmobile. We do need a room to be able to house drugs that are used for surgical services, like a secure room to be able to house the drugs for end of day storage, as well as bathroom facilities, not only for our staff, but for the constituents coming to receive these services.
So it's more than just an agreement to park the mobile unit. It's going to include agreement to use lockable and restroom facilities where?
Within the area of where the mobile unit will be stationed.
Is it
Can
the
elaborate,
FOP locked? They've been brought here, and I think that this is a manufactured political circus. This is a manufactured crisis, pulling at the heartstrings of dog people who work hard and faithfully every day. So, you're in charge of this facility. Tell me where. Is it going to be the bathrooms at the pavilion? Are you going to ask us to amend our agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police and use that building as well? What are we talking about? Because as we talk, there's more to it than meets the eye.
So we did a recent site visit, and it's the restroom facilities adjacent to where we would be parking the truck and trailer.
And I'd like to add to the clarification of that, Mayor. That was recommended to us by the city manager during his site visit. So the original proffer and suggestion was for it to be in the area in front of FOP, and for us to work with the FOP for the minimal access to contain the refrigerator, the locked refrigerator that they would need for those 3 days a week, which they would only need to access it and put it away at the end and the beginning of the shift. So that is negotiable.
So on the record right now, that's contemplated to be the FOP building.
It was offered to do the FOP, and then there was a better recommendation, which has the better bathroom facilities for the pavilion. So it could be either or, but it would be fully supervised, and it would be held to the highest of standards is the expectation. And the focus of the discussion tonight was intended to be on the location, but I do agree that that was an oversight on my part to mention the access to the bathroom and the refrigerator under lock and key. So for those reasons as well, at the Roscoe, we haven't identified where the refrigerator will go, but that could be organized, in the future during the transition.
Well, and that's a very fair assessment. And, and by that metric, although we're short of parking, it could be parked at the community center.
Recommended that as well when we were doing our site visit, and there were some objections to that as well. But
Either way, no place is perfect. Now, to the point, Councilwoman, that you made a minute ago is why is the comp plan an issue now? I think it's very simple. That this issue spotting by our staff reflects an educated and professional staff that plays by the rules and knows the rules. If you knew the personalities that were involved when the mobile unit was first put on Harris Field, you would know that the wife of my last elected predecessor was first and foremost an animal lover, and I'm not criticizing that. And I can just, knowing how things worked in City Hall, there was probably a request of the city manager to allow that office trailer to be parked at Harris Field with no thought given to the issues. We like to talk about that the city has to follow the same sign ordinances that everybody else does. The city has to follow its own rules. And I don't think that this imposition of the comp plan change is intended to be a roadblock. It's issue spotting. And I agree. The chance of a spill is very remote, extremely remote. But there's Murphy's Law, that once we talk about it and we accept that risk, something's probably going to happen. Now, we talk about that this is only a temporary facility, a part-time temporary facility, until the new facility is built. And we're talking about it opening a year from now. We're sitting here today at almost June 1st, and this is a county project. And you're telling me realistically it's going to be up and running in a year? To me, that stretches credibility. And not you, just the concept in general that we may have this for some very long period of time. And I don't want to lock us into, look, that trailer was supposed to be replaced and put back at Harris Field over 2 years ago. It was promised, and it wasn't. So how do I know it's not going to be another 2 years? And as we begin to reimagine and redesign Harris Field, I don't want that to be an interference either.
I don't suspect that it would be an interference, because I would not hold up the master plan and redesign of Harris Field for something like this. This is about facilitating access now to, and the absence of the services in bringing it close to Homestead and restoring what was already existing in a proven fact. And I want to clarify, I didn't conjure this up, okay? The community came to me and asked me to advocate for the return of the trailer, the permanent trailer. And so in investigating that, I had learned that there was a pushback, with regard for a permanent facility to come back, and we looked for alternatives. And so this is where we're at with alternatives. And in hearing that there would be objection about location, I looked into those other options. We looked at community center. I considered Roscoe. It's just not the right fit. And I think that an agreement that could be revoked at any time would be a simple solution to start and to see how it goes.
But to clarify, the county, until you went asking questions, and I don't mean that in a critical way, there was no immediate plan to bring that mobile unit back to Homestead.
The immediate plan was to bring the permanent facility back, and they were met with objection from our Public Works Department. And so that's what I was investigating.
Is that true, Mr. Manager? And when you talk about permanent facility, do you mean the trailer that was formerly
correct
there? So I don't really consider that permanent. It might be full-time, but it's not
My
permanent.
understanding is that was connected to some type of sewer, either septic or sewer, but it was fully operational, full-time, and connected, whereas this is opposite.
Is that accurate, Cairo, Mr. Conga? At any time, either prior or now. We never said to the county, that's what I'm trying to get at. Did we ever say to the county, you can't bring the trailer back to Harris Field recently? No, we did not.
No.
And we
Okay.
can explore that to get to the bottom of where that stands as to if you think that getting the if they promised to bring back the permanent trailer and they didn't bring it and that's something that's potentially still on the table, we can look into that. But I don't even think that that's necessary if we have something mobile and not permanent that we can have in the meantime to help transition between our current park and the master planning and to bring these services and to relocate them maybe to the community center if you think that's a better fit. But parking tended to be a
I was going
concern.
to ask Mr. White, or I'm sorry, Mr. Pearl, not Pearlie and White. Anyway, Mr. Pearl, if we directed a master plan, a comp plan change tonight, how long would it take to accomplish?
Well, I don't think, I mean, from what I'm hearing, that's not where I would suggest that we go, because both Cairo's concern was that this remains overnight. The manager had offered several suggestions, one about conditioning this on a protective layer and another where it's moved to another location within the city. So I think there are practical alternatives that have been presented by staff already that could help address this issue. So if we wanted to, let's say, condition any license agreement for the placement, we can stipulate to the things that staff had suggested if the county was amenable and have them operate in accordance with those suggestions.
Okay, so here's my suggestion. Having something is much better than having nothing. Is there a way that we can live on a short-term basis at the community center while we sort out the Harris Field issues for the mobile unit?
I don't have an objection to that, but I think it's important that we understand logistically how this has to work, okay? The reason why the Harris Field also was a good option was because it's like an RV. If you've ever traveled in an RV, you have to secure everything before you move it. So this idea of, okay, opening for service on Tuesday, closing at the end of the day, and relocating it to a different spot and then coming back, that's not going to work.
But we don't have those issues at the community
maybe
center.
not, but as long as they can stay in a position for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where they can close up on Thursday and move it out of the way for an event, which was the plan at Harris Field, so it's not blocking parking at the pavilion or anything like that, then they could move it back into position and reopen and set up for those 3 days. That should be fine. Now, where that weekend parking, when they're not in service, is going to be, what's the suggestion? Because what we were going to do at Harris Field was just park it in the rear of FOP, which has already been cleared by the FOP president. So we had their position in front of the pavilion for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on the side, and then moving it for the weekend when it's not in use out of the way. So at the community center, if we can accommodate that, and I'd love to hear from public comment as to whether or not they have any objection to that. I don't see why I would be objecting to that option.
Well, and let me ask you this to the Public Works Director. What's the cone of influence? How far away? And forget for a moment we have a parking lot, that we have horse manure, that we have bathrooms that probably shouldn't be there. Let's forget about that for a minute. In a perfect world, what would be the setback from our well field?
I need to call a friend.
Phone a friend.
Okay. It's the entire park, and usually I believe is about a quarter mile away, but it's not as large. Remember, the cone of influence is where the pumps are at.
Right.
So it's not, the park is in the cone of influence, but it's where the wells are tapping into. So just because it's a distance away doesn't mean that is from the extent of Harris Field all the way around.
Right.
So
Locating this unit where the trailer was formerly located does not solve the problem either.
No. In fact, that one is a lot closer to well number 5. So,
okay.
And I believe that Pedro has some information regarding the permanent.
Yeah, regarding the comment about our Public Works Department telling them no of replacing their current trailer, it was actually the county's Durham department that told them no. Because I was involved with the meeting, and that's why we were asking them, hey, why is the trailer shut down? And it's because they were in the process of permitting their new replacement trailer at Harris Field, and the county's Durham department told them no. So I just wanted to clarify
That was what I meant when I spoke earlier, that they do have regulations for permanent conditions that are, in my mind, a lot safer, but they don't have any for this type of condition that they, I don't think, imagined would exist. During our discussions initially in the walkthrough, when we talked about it being immobile, there's absolutely no objection whatsoever from anyone. It was, I believe, after about half an hour when you informed that it would have to stay overnight, and then over the weekend, that's what raised the alarms, because the weekend move would have put it even closer to well number 7 that we are trying to hopefully get installed. It's in that area of the park. So that's what raised the alarm, not the mobile unit per se whatsoever.
You just
So
think
so
the
then-
storage location when it's not being used.
Yeah, just when it's not being used, vandalism, whatever, like that kind of stuff, or accidents, someone just does whatever.
So,
and walks away.
Cairo, I already proffered a solution to this, which is very practical. Have the truck there, operate at the location. If there is concern about accidental spill, have a secondary containment under the truck. When it's not in use, we move it to the fleet where we park all city vehicles, because it's not going to be supervised at Harris Field. So anything
It would
can
be in
happen.
a secure area.
We just move it on off-site and come back the next day. That's a practical solution, instead of trying to extend the narrative and the commentary.
I would just like to add that the county does have a facility nearby as well that they will be able to use by the Air Force, I believe. It's one that they just recently activated.
Yeah, but that's too far away from Harris Field. The
No,
fleet,
I'm saying for storage, no,
yeah,
not for
the fleet
operations.
side is just less than a quarter of a mile from there.
Okay, so let it go to the vice mayor, then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if we can condition some of these issues with the additional storage, another huge benefit of keeping it at Harris Field, I think, is that that is where it has always been, right? So it's easier for people to get to, easier for people to find, easier for us to help get those campaigns going again, because I live in a neighborhood where code compliance comes, or animal control comes in and out of, and what I have seen in population growth with animals in my neighborhood is astronomical. So if this can be done where we're sure that it's safe, let's keep it at Harris Field. It worked before. You know where you're going, and we can get the show back on the road and help these little furry friends, as Cairo said. So if we can get information from staff to make sure that that protection is underneath it, I would gladly second that this happen. So thank you.
Let me get some quick clarification, because I don't think this concern came from you all. The manager has proffered that we have the containment cradle, like you have for fuel, and I believe his proposal is at the end of every day, you take the unit to our fleet lockup area, which is in very close proximity, and then bring it back each day. Is that unworkable given the securing of the interior that needs to be done?
Yes, unfortunately, there isn't a staff, so we have, I'll dive a little deeper on that. We have three transport operators that do multiple things throughout the day. So having one bring it there, we're approximately an hour and change away from the shelter. So to do that every single day and then have someone at the end of the day come back and move it, it's just not feasible. It's a lot of extra movements with limited staff.
Just on that particular topic, the fleet suggestion, which I appreciate because it's just another option to consider. The challenge that would be is that it would require also a two-man operation to drive the person, follow them with the car, drop off the RV, come back, or drop off the clinic, and then come back together to get in the car. So, I mean, the parking lot at Harris Field is so vast that finding I proffered the spaces behind FOP because it was out of the way. If it's too close to the well field, then get it closer to the old YMCA. It's still going to be out of the way. The goal was to have it not impact the pavilion weekend activities that get activated. So I'll rest. Thank you.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you. Jeez. Couple of things. One, if the well fields are that important, can we get a diagram and locations of all of the well fields so we know what we're talking about when it comes to well fields? Because you said the well fields stretch out a quarter to a half a mile from the location, and that concerns me because there's a gas station within that range, right? There's apartment complexes within that range that have toilets and all those things, right? That may be hooked up to a system that we don't go and check that could be leaking into the aquifer as well, right?
Well, we do check, and ever since I started working here, that has become one of my number one concerns for issues that we have experienced. So what we are planning on is to fully line those lines, even though because of the county's requirements for SSCS, which I'm sure you guys are all aware, SSCS, I mentioned that multiple times last year. One of the requirements is to video and inspect on a regular basis the lines over 8 inches in diameter that are near the well fields or over the well fields. I just call it over the well fields for short. And ensure that those are sealed tight. So as of
You're talking about city-owned lines or private-owned lines?
City, and also through that exercise, we have to investigate into the laterals that may provide some sort of contamination. So we are fairly sure at this point in time, maybe not 5 years ago, but I can tell you as of now that we do not have any sewer gravity, right? Any gravity sewer or manhole within the well field area of influence that is currently causing any sort of contamination whatsoever.
Got it. And this also, to me, sounds kind of like selective enforcement, because you got RVs sitting on that property right now, overnight, that are not supervised.
So the one I am, unfortunately, I'm not PD, so I cannot enforce these things. But what I am made aware of is that if there's an RV there, it's because someone lives in that RV. So if someone comes in drunk at night and crashes into them, then emergency is on the way. If there is an RV
Hold on. You're saying that somebody's living in the RVs on Leisure on our property?
If there's the RV that I'm referring to is the one on the rodeos that I was mentioned during the walkthrough. I don't know of any other RV. I'm
The
not
Le
aware.
Jardin RV sits on that property 24/7.
I would have to look into that, yeah.
Because it sounds like selective enforcement.
When things are grandfathered, we are not able to retract that information. That is unfortunately just public policy. We cannot go back and enforce those items that council has approved in the past.
We never approved RVs parking on Harrisfield property for long durations of time.
I can't speak to that, I'm sorry. I don't know.
So what's stopping us from putting this RV on Harrisfield property tomorrow?
No one. You guys vote on modifying the.
So I make a
content
motion, we
and-
put the RV on the property starting tomorrow.
No one.
So by the passage of this, we're violating our own code of ordinances.
We're not, because it's not part of the code with the mobile piece.
No,
It's-
I'm talking about the comp plan doesn't permit that use. Yeah, there are other uses that we're gonna have to deal with, such as Le Jardin, or whether or not somebody from the rodeo has an RV or a motorhome parked behind the announcer stand. I don't know anything about that.
I believe there's precedents set. We're not doing anything outside of the norm. We're allowing public services to have access, and they're not connecting. There's no permanent request for physical placement. It is just access to a public space, with the exception of the refrigerator. I'd love to hear public comment at this point.
Oh, that's fine. We know what the public comment is gonna be. But, again, our Public Works, there has been testimony from our staff that we did not roadblock anything.
I will take the blame.
There's a
Well,
motion
no.
in a second. Can we get a roll call? Just get it over with, please.
No, there's still time for discussion. This is a political stunt. This could have been taken care of behind the scenes and not burning up an hour and motivating these men and women who work very hard every day to rescue and help dogs, cats, and everything else in between. One final question. In your punch list, you made the representation that this could be a drop-off point for abandoned litters, that it takes the burden off of rescue services. How so? You're not boarding those litters there overnight, are you? You're just an intake. You've got to pass them off to somebody.
She said a foster company takes them. They are spaying and neutering so that there's not an additional litter. That is what she said.
No.
Right? Yes,
No.
it is.
She did at the end. At the beginning, I think if you go back through your presentation, that you are an intake facility for litters.
We are an intake facility for dogs, cats, and that includes litters of abandoned animals. Yeah.
But you're not boarding them there.
Well, if we do not have an outcome for them, such as a rescue plea, a transport, or a foster, we do have to house them there. We are right now over 119% over capacity.
I get that, and that's a whole other county issue. So again, there's a new element. We're housing elements in the unit.
The only
Oh, no, not
activity
in the
is,
unit.
I need you to clarify, that was never brought to my attention, are you housing any animals overnight in your facility? That's what it
I'm
sounds like.
talking in reference to the shelter.
I'm sorry, I think I see what the confusion was. You said facility, so when we say facility, we mean our main shelter. The mobile unit we don't consider a facility. It's just a trailer.
So there was
Sorry,
a comment
we
made
clarified that.
earlier about how South Miami, there's a lot of drop-offs with Chrome, and so that's where I think he's getting his comment from. And it was a little ambiguous to me as well. How is this facility, this mobile clinic going to support that or clarify what you meant by any housing?
Yeah, because if you go back through your presentation, it was on the first couple of pages, that you're an intake facility and you reduce the burden.
And that could be stipulated in an agreement. I'm not aware of that, and I'm not advocating for that. for
Yeah,
any
this is
overnight.
strictly going to be a surgical unit. That's all it is.
And that's what I understood
Yeah,
it
no,
to be
100%.
until your presentation.
Yeah, we were talking about how sterilizing pets stops them from coming to the main shelter, to our main facility.
I
We
get
can sterilize
that.
them
That
there.
was
That's all it was.
Your end result.
Yes.
And we're all for that.
Yes.
To clarify, it's microchipping as well as immunizations.
And the rabies vaccination too,
and
the one that's
in
required by the
addition
state.
to the sterilization.
Yes, it's actually, so if you want, if I have 2 seconds to walk you through it, so it's actually low impact, and again, there was some comments made about like dogs possibly, peeing or pooping on the property. The drop-off is actually really simple. The person comes in, they check in, and they hand over the pet. Cats are going to be kept in carriers. The puppies are, the dogs also are going to be handed over, put in the unit. They're not going to be taken back out until the owner comes and picks them up. And at that point, it's less than likely of any of our pets contaminating any of the land or grounds that we're on.
So, Councilman, what was your ask here on this item on tab 35?
I'm sorry, I'm a little delirious after this conversation, but the ask was I want to hear the public specify, because listen, I have a dog and a cat and a couple of fish, okay? And they're all spayed and neutered. I'm not in the trenches like you guys are, and I want to make sure you have your time on the air to speak for yourselves as to why this is important to you. I brought the item forward. I believe in it. That's why I'm sponsoring it. And the request essentially is to authorize staff to enter into an access agreement for the parking of the vehicle and the storage of the refrigerator at Harrisfield Park. And you have my full commitment when it's time to go into the master planning, or if the north location gets activated, that we move it so that we have something on the southeast side, which I will advocate for as well. Thank you.
Would anyone here like to speak? You've kind of endured the last couple hours. Just get in line and come on up.
And if I may, and you have the right to speak, but if one person can say a summary of what everybody's thinking, that's great too.
Let me just say, I've seen and heard about some of the social media posts that are way off base. They're not accurate. There's no basis in fact. On by and on This Is For the Dogs social media page, the hysterics that are out there, that that we don't, well, you should know what's out there. Okay. Hi, Barbara, welcome.
All right, hello. Barbara St. Aubin, 19441 Southwest 308 Street. First of all, I want to thank Erica Avila for being the champion on this effort, because, and all the support from the council as well, to bring the Homestead Spay-Neuter Clinic back to Harrisfield. That's what the issue is. So I'm hearing a lot of different things now, bringing to this topic. So I'm president of This Is a Dog. It's 501c3 since 2008, serving this community. The impact that the clinic has had at Harrisfield since 2016. Actually, my volunteers made this for me back then. There's a ribbon cutting. It was a grand event for this city. I'm sorry, Major Losner, you weren't there, but anyway, yeah. Yes. The impact that the clinic, the Homestead Clinic at Harrisfield, has had over the last 10 years is undeniable. Last year, 2025, I'm giving you some numbers here. The Spay-Neuter Clinic provided 3,028 surgeries, accessible, affordable surgeries for this community. That means over 3,000 times a local family found affordable, accessible care they needed for their pets right here in Homestead at Harrisfield. It was open for only 9 months, closing in October for repairs. Services stopped and never resumed. So I'm with you, Mayor Losner. Something is better than nothing. Bringing that mobile clinic, the MAC, the Mobile Animal Clinic, would work. But we want the trailer back. And what I'm hearing, it can come back. It will do, so the statistics for this year, 0. 0 spay-neuter surgeries for this community. We want the trailer back. It will do dogs over 30 pounds. The MAC will not. There's a lot of dogs out there that are big, that have large litters, and that populate this community. Great leadership does not only manage a crisis, it provides a solution. This clinic directly improves the quality of life for every single one of us. So we need to bring the trailer back to that Harrisfield location. Thank you.
Well, what's the practical difference between having it at 312th Street in US 1 and 296th Street? Because that's what's contemplated right now by the county, correct? Okay. The same trailer is coming back to Avocado versus Campbell. Is that correct?
So the new facility that's supposed to open, through my conversations with Annette Jose, the Director of Animal Services, in 2027, we don't foresee that happening in 2027. I'm just going to take a guess.
I agree.
Okay. So from now to then, there are no services offered to our community, residents that are pet owners.
But for the mobile unit.
There's no services right now in the city of Homestead.
No, I know. But if we had nothing until they bring that trailer somewhere, the mobile unit will fill that gap.
It will for dogs up to 30 pounds.
Right.
So it's limited. The number that they can do is limited as well because of recovery space. So.
And not to interrupt, but I mean, additional vision sessions can occur with other improvements around the city. It's never in my mind, we're not foreclosing a trailer ever coming back to Homestead, the city of Homestead, but that's not what's on the table today. Right now, it's an option, it's a solution to provide something better than nothing, and then getting it to the Roscoe Warren Park if the permanent facility does in fact open. But we do have redevelopment plans for Harrisfield. So that would interrupt any permanent structure anyway. So we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah. We'll take the community center
and we can
too.
Incorporate that in the long-term plans.
The success of the clinic, I mean, it's undeniable with these numbers. I mean, and people know it's there. The residents know it's there. We get emails and communications, all day long. When is the clinic going to reopen? We've tried. We were told the trailer was going to come back after the repairs, and we're still waiting. So we're counting on you guys to bring us something for this community.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need big dog, surgeries done.
They're big dogs. They're not 30 pounds and less, and they're the ones that are breeding.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Newton. I go by Junior. 5 years ago, I opened a little shelter here in the Redland, but it serves the Homestead community. And our doors is always open for the community. We had events together. We're trying to do a great job. For the past year and a half, I've been working very close with the county, and I'm seeing their effort to make a difference and helping our community here. The problem is not only having stray dogs, it's much bigger than that. Today, I have to be rushing 17 puppies that was dropped in my gate to the federal prison. We understand the shelter is over capacity. We are over capacity. And I called the captain, and he's housing dogs for us. A federal prison is helping this community. My biggest plea now, we understand that the geography, we are between two national parks with a bunch of farmers with different culture. Okay, so what's going on is just more than straight. It's a very different kind of dog we have. Dogs that are being raised by themselves in the Everglades. When we trap them, we are crazy trap dogs. When you trap them, they are not domesticated anymore and generating extra work for the shelter, for the county, because those dogs are not adoptable. Okay, they're very difficult to work with, and we have time and money that we need to consider it. Okay, and I do believe that Homestead, the city of Homestead is growing beautifully. Saying that, this battle is much bigger than us. The city of Homestead probably could be stepping up for it, finding a different location. Okay, for the past year and a half, we bring outside foundations to be helping our community. We are bringing other foundations out of the states that's putting money over here to be helping us. Okay, and that it's almost a shame. We can do this here. Okay, so maybe the city of the Homestead can be open. We also, I'm sure, the Mrs. Andrade representing the shelter, she's going to be helping us founding a Redland Dog Sanctuary. Will help us. This is the dog will help us. We do have some funds that we can put in the pact as well. And we just need the help for the city to be doing a little better. Because what we're seeing very soon, those dogs that's being raised in the wild, they're killing horses. They're killing goats. Oh, yes. And we have pictures of horses. So I'm sorry. It's very frustrating because we're trying to make the difference. All the funds that we have is private funds. We don't use any federal money. We do everything on our own. And I wish the city of Homestead can help us a little stronger. We are growing and our community deserves. Thank you very much, sir.
I want to just ask that we have a commitment from the people here to come to a secondary meeting that I will hold with staff, with our city manager, so that we can brainstorm on what it is that we need. Because what I'm hearing here, okay, and I love learning, is that this resolution here on the table is the tip of the iceberg as to the needs that this community needs, that this advocacy needs for solving or creating a real solution to the bigger issues. So while I do support this item moving forward tonight, the conversation is not over, okay? We have a very lengthy agenda tonight, specifically to your support for passing this item or objecting to this item. Please make your statements tonight. If you are, if you want to help with bringing forward bigger, better solutions, that conversation will continue, and I will ask our city manager to assist me in championing that effort as well. So with respect to the very lengthy agenda we have tonight, please continue to have your comments. You have the right to do so, but just keep that in mind.
I'll be brief. My name is Susan Sanchez, and I work extensively trapping and sterilizing stray and community animals in Homestead. For a long time, the Miami-Dade Animal Services trailer here in Homestead gave residents a realistic way to access affordable spay and neuter. Community members could sign up locally, transport their own animals, and actually participate in helping reduce the stray population. Now that the service has been gone for months, and the people who need it most are effectively shut out, most residents in these neighborhoods, including many in the surrounding unincorporated areas of South Dade, cannot drive all the way to Cutler Bay. We do have a small facility there. At this point, Homestead and Florida City together are approaching 100,000 residents, and that does not even include the large number of people living in the surrounding unincorporated communities who also depend on these services. The population continues to grow rapidly, along with the number of stray and abandoned animals. We do not need fewer services, we need more. We also know the new permanent Miami-Dade Animal Service facility at 296th Street will not be open in 2027. It will probably be late 2028, 2029. That means this community could be left without accessible services for years unless this trailer program is resolved. And frankly, the proposed location near Roscoe Warren Park is also concerning because many residents consider that area unsafe and inaccessible. Yes, it is. I live near there. And if you're serious about making services available to the public, the location needs to be practical and safe. Putting it back at Harris Field, everybody knows that it's there. All we have to do is say it's reopened. Residents here pay taxes too, and they deserve access to the same essential county services as everyone else. Right now, this community is being underserved, and the animals are paying the price for it. Please work with Miami-Dade Animal Services to reopen this trailer program as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make one point that I want to be real clear. We did not end the services. The county did.
I realize that.
Okay? You know, the tenor here is that somehow we were responsible for that. We are not your enemy.
No,
and we can have
know that
nuanced disagreements.
I know that City of Homestead was not responsible. It was a DERM permit thing that happened. But we really just need a resolution and we need your help.
Thank you. And that's what I'm hearing is that we have the burden of trying to figure out a solution to this problem, right? So we're the thinkers at the dais here, and they need a permanent trailer location. And if the county isn't serious about their timeline, then maybe we need to come up with some better ideas.
Hi, my name is Susan Perkins, and good evening, council members and mayor. This is going to kind of sum it all up again, but I've been here, and we just need to say it. It's just not working the way it is right now. My name is Susan Perkins. I volunteer with This Is the Dog here in Homestead, and I am tonight here to respectfully ask to approve the reopening of our local spay-neuter clinic. Homestead has a serious overpopulation problem, and unfortunately it continues to grow every day. Prevention is the only real solution. We cannot adopt our way out of this problem. Many of you probably have driven through our city and see what I see regularly. The mother dog walking down dangerously close to traffic with puppies following behind her, or kittens born in the bushes behind the shopping centers like Walmart because of an unspayed stray. These animals are not born because somebody wanted them or planned for them. Most of them are unwanted from the moment they enter the world. Every litter that is prevented saves resources, time, taxpayer burden, and in the long run. Our community desperately needs an affordable, accessible spay-neuter clinic here in Homestead. Many residents cannot travel all the way to Cutler Bay and Doral for these services. As Homestead continues to grow, the annual population grows alongside it, and we need access to these services. It's more critical. Not long ago, a friend of mine was driving through Homestead on her way to the Keys. She looks around and she says, "My goodness, you must stay incredibly busy in the rescue work. I can't believe how many loose and stray animals I see driving through this town." Not long ago, the statement stayed with me because that should not be what people remember about our city. Homestead is an opportunity to be known as a community that cares, a city taking real action to solve the overpopulation crisis throughout prevention, compassion, and responsible leadership. I would like to end with a story called The Answer, and I'll do this really quick. A little girl sees a kitten drowning in a stream, so she jumps in and she saves it. But moments later, another kitten comes floating by down the stream, another one and another one. Getting exhausted from jumping in to save them all, she finally climbs out and starts running upstream. People shout to her, "Where are you going?" She calls back, "I can't keep pulling drowning kittens from the stream. I need to find out where they're coming from and stop it." That's exactly why we need this clinic. Please approve the reopening. We need it now. We need the trailer now. We can't wait a year. We can't wait, and we're talking about trailers. What about all the trailers that are in Homestead? I mean, what about all the trailers in the backyards of people's houses? So, no, we need to have it now. We need the system now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. Can we just get a couple more and we can go ahead and move forward with this, if you don't mind?
I will be very quick, I'm sorry. My name is Chloe. I'm a veterinary assisting student at John A. Ferguson Senior High School. I have this whole ordeal planned out, but a lot of my peers already said what I wanted to say today. All I want to say is I have lived, and I'm sure a lot of you have lived in Homestead very much longer than me, but I am very much an animal person, and I have lived in Homestead my whole life. I'm 16 years old, and I've lived in my beautiful house. I love Homestead. But one thing that is, going downhill is a lot of the animals on the side of the roads. A lot of cars drive by. We have a lot of people running the stop signs, and they hit dogs because they're strays, right? And to reduce the stray population, we could spay and neuter them. A lot of people don't understand and don't comprehend that dogs have babies. Dogs go out, have puppies. This is where you're buying your puppies from. And it comes to a point where we need to have them spayed and neutered. Sorry, I'm very nervous. And this is my first time doing this, guys. I'm so sorry. We need to spay and neuter them. It's like the point why we're here, and I feel like we should have it at Harris Field, because Harris Field, for me, is in the middle. Like, I pass by Harris Field when I want to go to BJ's, when I want to go to the Sunglass Hut to buy sunglasses. I pass by Harris Field when I go to the rodeo. I've been there all my life. And I was just talking to a friend today about this, actually. And she was like, yes, I've been there so many times. Like, I didn't know that they had shut it down. That's where I would go to get all of the cats that I found and all the dogs that I found spayed and neutered. And it's not there anymore. So now all of those cats and all of those dogs, they're having to go to a private clinic, which costs a lot of extra money, and some people don't have that. So it's easier for people to just go to a local, community clinic that won't charge as much and that's affordable for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ainoa Figueredo, 1049 Northeast 35th Avenue. I would like to thank everyone here. You are correct, Mayor. You guys are not our enemy. We are aware of that. We appreciate you knowing what it's like in the trenches. I'd like to leave you with a thought before I continue. Being in rescue is like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. I'll repeat that again. Being in rescue is like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. One of my volunteers also mentioned that the spay-neuter clinic, we need something for bigger dogs. Big dogs give us the big litters. Please keep that in mind. When you come to a solution, we'll be more than happy to meet again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so did we read I don't think Mr. Okay.
I just have one thing to say. I don't know if this might help your decision in the Roscoe Warren Park versus Harris Field. But we had a case where a lady had reached out to us about cats, and she used to catch cats in her community near Harris Field. She didn't have a vehicle, so she would push them in the traps in a shopping cart to Harris Field to TNR them. And that's why Harris Field for us is a much more central location for those who may not have that kind of transportation.
Gotcha. I know where you can get about 400 chickens.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, there too?
Mr. Mayor.
Those two neighborhoods directly east of Lakeshore are full of chickens. Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Just real quickly, and again, we all really agree with you. But please make sure you're also emailing Mayor Cava, our Commissioner Colin Higgins, and our Commissioner
Yes.
Danielle
She's very aware.
and Keone McGee. We have to get them, and if you bomb their email inboxes, they got to respond at some point.
And maybe we can give you numbers for them that
Yes.
you don't have. And I know you'd have no problem doing that. So this is my second rescue beagle in 15 years. She'd probably be too big to go to the trailer, but she came to us spayed and neutered already.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity, and I will respectfully not apologize for how long we are taking to speak to you, because I really hope that this annoyance of us saying it over and over and over again sits in your mind as it sits in all of our inboxes. I am a teacher at John A. Ferguson High School. I'm Chloe's teacher, and every single day I get text messages. All of these amazing people get text messages. At this point, it is not about dogs and cats. As Jocko Wilson said, as leaders, you have to take extreme ownership of what is occurring right now. I know we've talked about who said no, who denied it. At this point, it doesn't matter. The Homestead residents need services. It's not about puppies and kittens anymore. It's about providing the services that we need. Say yes. Take ownership of the issue you guys are all, a part of, right? Being a leader is taking ownership of that. And so I ask you to look beyond the political orchestration of puppies and cats and to simply provide the services that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Angelina Carrier, and I'm 370 Northeast 12th Street in Homestead. And I come to you today because I am a trapper, I am a feeder, and I do volunteer with many different organizations within the community. I love Homestead. I moved here in 2013, but the closing of this clinic in Harrisfield has been devastating. I had an outlet before where I could pick up these dogs, especially big ones. That's what we need. We need help with these bigger dogs. I used to be able to pick them up, and animal services would turn us away because they're full. Imagine having a female dog, especially a special breed, that everybody loves to swing around names of different breeds. And it's not the breed, it's the community. It's the people in the community that are the problem. And all we can do is try to readjust everyone right now and look for a solution to get this clinic open as soon as possible, because I have no outlet. And when Miami-Dade turns me away and I have a female dog that's getting ganged by 3-4 dogs on a corner and I see it, Harrisfield was very, very good at helping me, and the people there were really good at helping me to sterilize the community pets that had nobody. I was their voice. And I was a frequent flyer at Harrisfield. I volunteered there a few times, and I don't mind volunteering again. But I'm just asking you, even if you don't put it at Harrisfield, we need some kind of outlet because it's getting out of control. Imagine the 4,000 pets that we didn't fix this year. The 3,000 or 4,000 pets. Imagine all of them pets out there running around, continuing to breed. It's just not something that we need. Our community is slowly developing. The numbers are growing, and I myself have driven dogs all the way to West Palm Beach to Darbster Foundation just for spay and neuter. I've sat there all day on my Saturday mornings just so that I can spay and neuter pets that aren't even mine. None of them are mine. This is community pets. And our resources are being slowly depleted. And the only one that can bring those resources back are you guys. And I know each and every one of you care about Homestead, and you guys are homegrown rooted here. And you see the problem. You drive on the same streets that I drive every day. You see the dogs in the road. You see the litters of puppies. You see the cats. Cats have like 15 cats at one time. Like,
We have thousands everywhere, so we're just asking you today to invest a little bit of time and money into this project because we need it, and we need all of you. We need you to keep this community going and thriving. So that's why I'm here today.
You realize we're
Thank you.
volunteers. We're not getting paid.
No, we all
We're all
understand that.
volunteers.
We many of us know many of you and know what you do from the heart as just an incredible labor of love. Again, I understand we've got a couple of people online that would like to weigh in. Is that?
Yes, Mayor. We have Brandy Ramirez.
Go ahead, Ms. Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast 1st Street. I first want to acknowledge and thank all the community that's in attendance tonight. With their love and support, it's a strong Homestead. I have faith in our mayor and council tonight that they will vote and push this forward. These are the voters speaking. This is our community, all of us, let's unite on this matter. And I ask tonight for Fletcher and for Lawson, who have always done in the past going to county, and they have fought for us. I have witnessed them take the train and fight at the commission. And so I ask them to support and put pressure on the county commission. Let's work with the county. Let's make it happen for our community. We are united tonight for a strong Homestead. And I will be right there to support you guys at the county as well. Thank you very much. Thanks, Councilwoman Eric. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We have another?
Yes, we have Ram is the next.
Ram, go ahead, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Romero Horta, 2040 Southeast 19th Street. I'm also here on behalf of True Homestead. I just want to acknowledge all of the community that is in attendance. I want to acknowledge you guys for stepping up and requesting that the council assist you in this process. And that's the way you do it. And if you got to go to the next meeting, keep doing it until you get your resolution. But I also want to bring some awareness. In Keysgate, I've been seeing like a lot of stray dogs. I'm not sure if Keysgate is turning into the new Redlands, but I've been seeing a lot of stray dogs that is a little concerning. And maybe this is why there's more coyotes out here, because they also see that there's more stray dogs and what have you, but we need to control this. And if there's anything that the city can do temporarily to service this community, I mean, that would be great. And especially in Keysgate, where the issue is getting very, very bad. So I ask council to go ahead and consider this, approve this, and work with the community that's trying to bring a quick resolution to the issue. And for the community in attendance, I have a platform, if you guys want to leverage it, where you guys can reach the commissioners, the senators, and the state reps. Let me know, and I'm here to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Appreciate it.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that we did have discussion, and we can further clarify it for the public, but when the clinic is not open for service at Harris Field, those weekends that would potentially be stored at the location, they could activate it and do events at communities. So at Keysgate, at Waterstone, and Malibu Bay, and different clubhouses, we could activate it around the city when we're not doing the Tuesday through Thursday. So we can look into that. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Let me have the attorney read the resolution into the record. All those little technicalities we have.
Tab 35 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Miami-Dade County by and through Miami-Dade County Animal Services for the temporary placement and operation of a mobile spay and neuter unit within a portion of the parking lot serving Harris Field and the FOP Lodge on a schedule to be mutually agreed upon, authorizing implementation, providing for an effective date.
Yes.
Before we move forward, I want to clarify because some things came up tonight. If we're going to move forward with this, I'd like an amendment to authorize the manager to include the bathroom facility or the storage at the, I believe I heard 2 locations, either the FOP Lodge or the Pavilion, just so, delegate
Include
the authority.
that in the negotiation authority. Yeah.
Just a second.
And the containment.
Yes, for the medicine in the FOP Lodge.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the FOP Lodge is actually close to the well.
Okay. So, or the pavilion, whatever the appropriate location is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And want to, real quick before I forget, Councilman Roth, you a good point, and I agree with you. I think we've recently had a comprehensive survey done of Harris Field in connection with the potential reimagining. That can show us where those wells are actually located. I haven't seen it either, but I think that we recently had that done.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate it. All right. The next thing we need is a motion to extend the meeting till 10 p.m. Moved by Councilman Fletcher. I'll second it. All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
Can we continue tomorrow?
Sure, we might have to. There's going to come a point where there might not be 4 yeses for any more extensions. I'd like to jump now to tab, at the request of Councilman Avila, to tab number 32. Yes.
All right, while we're turning our tabs and getting to the NEFTI program. Oh, it's a whole different book, guys.
Yeah. So while we're doing that, let's have Mr. Pearl read it by title.
Thank you.
Tab 32 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship Summer Youth Entrepreneurship Program to be conducted in Homestead, recognizing the program's purpose of expanding entrepreneurship education, mentorship, career readiness, and economic opportunity for Homestead youth, directing city staff to promote the program through the city's official communication channels, providing for sponsorship, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So NEFTI is a nonprofit organization. They've been working with students in the entrepreneurial education field for 40 years, and this program is intended to expand access to entrepreneurial education, mentorship, technology-focused business development, career readiness, financial literacy, and economic opportunity for Homestead youth. You may recall this item I brought a couple meetings ago that we were looking for a location, and I thank staff for providing some options. I'm happy to report that we found a home for the NEFTI program, and it is going to be held this summer at Keys Gate Charter School. So that's taken care of, and they have grants and funding and whatnot, but this resolution will proffer to echo support for the entity, for its programming, and also allocate just $2,000 to help funding their camp shirts, which is not part of their grant budget now, as well as any difference of the funds to go towards equipment like their headphones to facilitate one-on-one sessions with their counselors, as well as additional supplemental for their prize money that they do get when they compete, etc. So we do have a brief presentation, right? Some Q&A, and we do have a life example to share as well. Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this evening, especially to Councilwoman Avila, for being a champion for the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship and opportunities provided for youth here in the city of Homestead. My name is Victor Martinez. I'm the program manager for the Southeast region at the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship, or as we call it, NIFTY. I am honored to be here today and tell you more about our programs and highlight several young people who have gone through the NIFTY program here in Homestead. NIFTY is nearly 40 years old, a nonprofit that provides entrepreneurship education in schools, districts, and community partners in 24 U.S. states and 31 communities globally. Since our founding, we have been committed to ensuring that young people don't just receive classroom lessons on entrepreneurship, but gain true real-world application to own their own futures. Since 1987, we have served 1.4 million students, a large portion of which have been in the state of Florida, thanks to dedicated decision makers like you all today. Entrepreneurship education builds a mindset, not just a skill set. It teaches young people to think creatively, solve problems, adapt to change, and see opportunities where others see obstacles. It brings learning to life by letting students create real ideas, test them, and pitch them, making education engaging, practical, and deeply memorable. Programs like NIFTY are leading the way, reaching young people around the world with a proven model that combines hands-on learning, mentorship, and real-world relevance. NIFTY specifically focused on expanding economic mobility, ensuring that students from under-resourced communities gain access to the tools, networks, and confidence they need to succeed in future economies. The result is powerful. Students don't just learn about business, they gain confidence, voice, and a belief in their ability to shape their own futures and their communities. Here in Homestead, we utilize our BizCamp model over the last 8 years. We deliver in a compact incubator-style format. This creates momentum and excitement. Students stay highly engaged, and there's a clear beginning to end, with starting with an idea and ending with a pitch competition. BizCamp succeeds because it's engaging, relevant, and transformational, equipping young people not to just learn business knowledge, but with the mindset, skills, and confidence to navigate and shape the future economy. I'd like to highlight a few of our Homestead youth who have participated in our programs. I'll start with Logan Cox. He is the creator of Plastaway Solutions, a company that offers an innovative chemical product that specifically dissolves PET plastic in helping reduce the nearly 11 million tons of plastic that enter our oceans every year. Logan developed this idea while participating in our program at just 12 years old during the summer of 2024. Logan, in that same year, qualified to pitch at the 10X Pitch-Off hosted by the Grant Cardone Foundation, where he earned first place and $6,000 to continue to build on his entrepreneurial journey. Logan today has also been crowned as the Miami-Dade Spelling Bee winner in February and will be representing not only Miami-Dade, but the city of Homestead in Washington, D.C. at the national competition starting this weekend. With me today is also Anthony Arias, the creator of Arias Express, a trusted car service for youth that will help them get from point A to point B with minimal worries from their families and themselves. Youth just like him. He participated in our program this past summer before entering 6th grade. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, his passion for entrepreneurship was evident, to the point that even while he was out of town for his birthday celebration, he met with me every morning from 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. for at least an hour, just so that he didn't miss the lessons for the day. Now, we don't know many students that do that over the summer. And lastly, Mia Gonzalez. Similar to Anthony, joined us this last summer as a rising 6th grader. Mia created Pinball Paint, but known today as Tag Off Golf, an app that helps golfers at all levels not only track their balls while they're out on the golf course, but also helping them track their swing and improving their overall performance. Mia took home 2nd place last summer at our final BizCamp competition, competing against 200 other students, and advanced to the 10X Pitch-Off, where she earned $2,000 to continue to build her business idea. Over the past year, she has improved her business concept, and her hard work paid off as she took home 1st place 2 weeks ago during NIFTY Southeast Investor Pitch Competition, which is our advanced competition for youth. I'm also proud to share that we have been in so many of our youth in the city of Homestead have been with us, just like Logan, Anthony, and Mia, who started just as rising 6th graders and have attended our camp every summer until they have graduated high school. And these 3 amazing young entrepreneurs I highlighted today will also be returning this summer for their 3rd and 2nd summer with us in just a few weeks. Today, we ask for your support in building awareness of our program and providing financial support to successfully implement the program throughout the use of our resources and technology that will allow City of Homestead youth to continue their entrepreneurial journey. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Homestead for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just add something real quick? I want to thank Albert and his family for bringing this program to my attention. The initial concern was that their location where they had been serving was no longer available. And so that's where I came in to try to find something. And I do want to also expand a thank you to Keysgate Charter High School and the principal, Daniel Verdier, for facilitating the laptops that were also needed to make this program a success. So location has been secured for free, laptops secured for free. The grant program is going to fund the competition, the traveling. You can expand on that as well, Victor. And the camp shirts will host our logo for branding and banners, et cetera. So we will be getting recognition as well.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Adas. I'm 11 years old. I was a part of the Nifty Summer Camp last year. It is a great program because kids learn how to start a small business. We create a business plan. We learn to budget and solve problems. We also practice our presentation skills. At the end of the camp, everyone that finishes the program has the opportunity to get money towards the business. Kids get to compete with other kids at the district level. The winners of the contest get to go to New York to compete at a national level. I want to thank Councilwoman Erica Avila, Mayor Steve Losner, and the rest of the City Council for supporting the children of Homestead and the Nifty program. Thank you.
Thank you. So, questions from council? Sure. Councilman Ron? Oh, okay. I thought you said you had one. So I appreciate you coming down. So I understand from our packet that there's about 20 kids per summer in the program. Is it maxed out already, or are you fully enrolled for this summer?
So we just secured the location about a week ago. So we just started the recruitment process for the location. As of today, we are halfway through the enrollment process. And so we're about 12, 13 students there, but we are excited. We always have about a waiting list here, so every year it continues to grow. But our goal is to meet that 20 with an opportunity to surpass that 20 if the demand is there from the city community.
Okay, appreciate it.
If I may clarify, in our meeting with the principal, it was determined that we would be able to accommodate 40 students as the goal, but at a minimum 20. And we don't think there's going to be any problem with filling those seats. So
I appreciate that. No, and with your presentation and what I've done some independent research and some recommendations of parents whose children have gone through a program, it is stellar. It's much needed. So where did the $2,000 amount come from? What was the genesis of that?
that was my recommendation for us to support, to have a financial support aspect, but to make sure that they get the camp shirts and an opportunity for us to get branding on the shirts. And any leftover funding would also support the headphone equipment purchase, which can tend to be a challenge according to the program director, and then also to supplement any prize money for the finalists.
Mm-hmm. So there's no support for that from the organization, from the Nifty organization at all?
So we are funded through other grants, but other grants are already covering the cost of our meals, as well as the staffing and interns that facilitate the program, and other operational components of it.
The reason I ask, and I'm not singling this out, when I can, I kind of vet and look at the Form 990s that have been filed for these different not-for-profits. And what they need to be teaching these kids is to form a not-for-profit. Here's what I found on the Nifty website. For 2024, their CEO salary was $688,000 a year. His benefit package was about $63,000 a year. The top three most highly paid officers, the CEO, the CFO, the executive vice president, were north of $1.5 million in compensation, just base compensation, while student expenses were just a hair over $1 million, and teacher expenses we're at $197,000, and travel at $426,000. So the cash on hand at the end of '24 was $6.1 million. They're not operating on a shoestring, and you can't get funding for T-shirts.
So that is an opportunity for brand awareness within the city of Homestead. It's an opportunity for that as well, but also an opportunity for our students to be able to be proud of being part of a community and a network of entrepreneurs, not only like themselves, but also being able to showcase that when they go on field trips into different parts of the city of Miami.
Again, I want to be very clear. Very valuable lessons are taught. But I have to look at the financial situation of an organization and the need. I understand that you lost your prior home because there was, I think, no willingness to pay any kind of rent or use fee. And thank goodness for Keysgate High that they were able to accommodate that. But when I look at these numbers, I really and it's not about the amount. For me, it's about the principle. I really have to question when the top 3 officers of a not-for-profit with $6.1 million cash on hand have base salaries of over $1.5 million and coming hat in hand here to us for $2,000, I have a philosophical problem with that. That's just me.
Mayor,
I have a fiduciary obligation here to know where taxpayer money is going. And typically the ask wouldn't be from a general fund. Typically it would be to go to individual council members and ask each of us to pitch in. But go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. When in reviewing this initiative, I asked what parts of your programming are you currently having a gap for funding? And that's where it was disclosed that the camp shirts have not been funded yet. And I found that to be an opportunity for branding for us to showcase the program and to be able to have ownership with the program. So I think there should be some grace given to him when I'm the one that brought the program forward for our consideration, and I proffered the $2,000 to cover the camp shirts for the 40 students and to also escalate that towards equipment that they would end up keeping, and also escalate it to prize money that the City of Homestead residents would end up keeping. So these $2,000 would not essentially go towards the pockets of the people that you're mentioning. Valid points you've made.
They should be the organization should be funding this.
I agree, valid points. And you know what? Maybe that's something that we should question, right? For the NFTE, I would like to hear their answer to this type of questioning. I'm sure that they might have already had to answer it before. So I am interested in hearing how they respond to these types of analysis. But the proof is in the pudding. The kids are being served, and for right here, right now, I think it's important that we foster that love of entrepreneurship and help advocate for these programs to continue in our city, where if they didn't do it here, they'd do it somewhere else, and our kids end up getting left out, regardless of the political and the financial oversight that is going on apparently. So,
are there any safeguards that it would only be Homestead residents, children involved?
I asked, and he had clarified that they are historically for the programming. It's all been vetted that they're from the high schools that they.
But that doesn't mean they're Homestead residents.
I mean, he can answer to that. Man.
So, I mean, in the application process, we do ask them for that information, for their address, the schools that they attend, and part of it. So, something I did not mention in the presentation is that the camp is free for them to participate. There is no cost to the families for them to participate. So it is something that the families can put their students in, something that is educational, but also allows them to grow in a way that maybe they don't grow in currently in school.
Oh, yeah. And just so you know, in case you don't, a Homestead address does not mean you live in the city of Homestead, any more than our manager's driver's license that says Miami means he lives in the city of Miami. You know, and we're working toward that resolution. Yes.
It would be an important analysis for me to be able to support this item for next year, to be able to see the roster and to be able to identify the ratio of resident, City of Homestead versus non-resident. So I would.
And we can easily identify that by address.
Exactly. So, you know, I would just make you aware to highlight and try to prioritize those registrations.
Absolutely.
So any other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you bringing up the point of our financial stewardship. Again, this is taxpayer funds that we're going to outlay, which is going to benefit some citizens of Homestead, no doubt about it. But I would ask the manager and the staff, is there a way we could create our own not-for-profit that we have companies that come do business in the city of Homestead donate to, and we use those funds for projects like these rather than taxpayer funds? I don't know if that's something we want to go after or not, but I think it's important that somebody needs to go after that where we don't have those high overhead expenses to pay for CEOs and CFOs to help run this thing at a medium level.
Councilman, if I may, in our parks presentation, there was discussion about the creation of a nonprofit.
For parks.
But for parks, so I can't see why something similar, which I had already advocated and asked for legal counsel to work on, trying to create a fund specific to educational, so that we could, whether it's funded by private parties, you know, community benefit packages from developers, donations, et cetera, but to have something that we could advertise to have a fund. So
Again,
I appreciate that.
a lot of different communities have, for lack of a better term, a sugar daddy to pay for some of these things.
We don't.
We do not. You go to Miami, you have the Trish and Dan Bell Foundation that gives millions of dollars to the city of Miami. You know, we don't have that here. It's up to us to go find it, but at the same time, I don't know if it's something that we can do internally to be cost effective, or do we have to hire another person to run it at a cost? So I think it's something that staff needs to look into and give us an answer back in the next month or so, if possible. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us here today. Councilman Fletcher brings up a good point, and after discussing with my team and everything, South Florida Barber Schools and Miami Clippers would like to donate $500 towards the $2,000 to cover the cost, and if maybe the city of Homestead can cover the rest, that would be much appreciated. Because the future of Homestead does live here. As you guys just saw, it's a great program. They teach you how to balance a checkbook, financial literacy, how to put a presentation together, and they compete with other nifty programs across the state and across the country. So think of it like Toastmasters, how you compete with each other across the country. It's a great program for the children. And I think that all the residents from the city of Homestead will benefit. A lot of the children from the city of employees and so forth. So it would be appreciated if you guys can support whatever needs to be done for that program, and we will cover a $500 donation. Okay?
So in light of that, the motion would be for $1,500. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
And I really hope that we have a problem next year and that there's like 100 kids wanting to go into this program. And I'd like for that to be the discussion, is how do we make this a bigger impact in our city? And these are valid concerns and questions, you know. Nonprofit work is ruthless. And for those who do it voluntarily and don't get paid for it, you know, that's a lot of money that the guy's collecting as a salary.
Yep.
But, you know, I can understand on a national level where the right person who's creating a successful, impactful, truly life-changing program, I mean, hey, they deserve a salary if that's what they're doing full time. So, but I'd like for answers to be brought back for mayor and council on that item. Thank you.
Okay, did we read this into the record, Mr. White, or Pearl? Yes. Okay. All right, so do we have a, do we had a motion at 1,500? by Avila, seconded by Cannonball. Any further comment? All right, so let's have a roll call vote on that.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
No on principle.
The motion carries.
Okay. Councilwoman, I know you had requested that we move the safe roads, I think? Or no? Okay, that's fine, because we have a request to do the NSP properties now, 27 and 28, and then go to 26, and then do 27 and 28. No. That if we're not going to go forward with 34 at this point, which is your item, the Safe Roads Initiative, let's go to 26, 27, and 28. All right, Mr. Pearl. Item.
Tab 26 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, enacting revised comprehensive council meeting and agenda procedures, superseding resolutions on the same subject, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I know we've all been briefed on this, and this is kind of something I think we've all talked around for a long time about having 2 real council meetings a month. It allows us not to get hung up in land use items all in one night. This provides a lot more flexibility. Question?
Thank you, Mayor. I did voice a concern that I like having a cow and the opportunity to digest information and to vote on it at a later council meeting. And I was proposing that we keep the cow and just add a third development services focused council meeting. So I'd like for that to be considered. And if it's really late in the agenda, and I get that,
Yeah.
if we can just defer it to next for a special call or something.
Or let's see how this works. And I think some of my early conversations were that in effect, that one council meeting could be a cow. You call it a council meeting so that you can have 2 land use meetings and go ahead and enact things. But there could be things on the agenda that are carried over to the next.
Okay, and is that the only change in this resolution for legal? I want to get clarification. Other than the addition of another council meeting, is there any changes to current practice?
You would adopt a council calendar in September to set forth your meeting dates, and it would give you the flexibility to take some time off if you wanted to take a month off whenever you establish your calendar. And the only other minor change was on occasion when we have meetings not that dissimilar from this evening, where you have excessive public comment, that we can shorten as needed, from 3 minutes down to a minute.
Down to a minute or 2 minutes, depending upon the flavor of the night.
Yes.
As the need arises.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then in connection with this, I understand, Mr. Manager, you had some proposed dates that we might skip in the interim between now and when we would adopt this for the coming fiscal year. I think we're talking the second regular, what would be the second regular meeting in June. Staff's going to be tied up with the 4th of July and some other things, and rather than having them pulled away to do council meetings, and perhaps a discussion about taking at least one of the August meetings off. There's been some discussion about the second June meeting.
So on the August meeting, I had mentioned to, I believe, staff as well as the city attorney that in most jurisdictions, council usually takes the month of August off so that council can schedule whatever the council-related activities, travels, and also some cities also have one meeting in March to allow council members who are interested in doing a spring break to also have a break in March. Instead of having 2 meetings in March, you have 1 meeting in March. Then take the entire August off. And also some cities also have December, only 1 meeting in December because of the holiday period. And specific to June, if I recall correctly, there is also the thinking that perhaps this particular month of June, we could do only 1 meeting in June, just for this year.
Be I think the June 5th meeting.
Yeah.
And then we'd have one in early July.
Thank you, Mayor. And just, if I can get confirmation from you, Mayor, because, you know, there's no red line because it's a resolution. So I know that there's prior, prior council policy or procedures. There's prior council procedures in place, and this is going to essentially wipe out and replace that.
But most of those are incorporated here, other than the additions that the attorney described about we set, in the run-up to the new fiscal year, we set our calendar.
Right, so just for
There's
example.
no change in special call
Right, so
ability.
just for another example, like for here it says no more than 2 presentations for each member. That's current.
That's always
practice.
been there.
Right, so,
Maybe after tonight, we ought to rethink that.
but, okay, so that's my main
No,
concern that I
there's
didn't.
no bombs, no hidden.
I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, we'll pass it.
Okay, so then while we're at it, if we would incorporate that we would have the early June meeting and not the late June meeting, do we want to go ahead and address skipping one or both of the August meetings? This June and this August. Because we wouldn't adopt the following year's schedule until probably September.
So the August meetings usually on a yearly basis, you have the entire month of August off for meetings.
But
unless the council decides
But for
to
this
change.
August, we're probably not going to have adopted the 12-month calendar, so we should go ahead and incorporate that into this.
Okay.
As well as, I think, the June 20th this year.
It's gonna be 17.
Is it? What's the June
It's June
meeting?
17th.
17th. And then we have early July.
So one good thing about this is that it's going to eliminate these constant calls for special calls, where you probably may have had some prior arrangements of travel or commitments, then all of a sudden you have a special call because you only have one meeting in a month, and there are issues that need to be resolved.
This will reduce the need for unexpected special calls.
And can we still, in the practice of calling it a council meeting and listening to items, can we still continue the practice of creating a consent agenda? I'd like for that practice not to change. So whereas I understand and I value the addition of the council meeting so that we can take action on if that's what the majority wants, I don't want the pressure of having to make a vote and not have the time to digest, reanalyze, hear public comment, or investigate further, and have a normal vote at the regular council.
Keep in mind, if the majority of council feels strongly on an item, you can always move it to the next light meeting. You don't have to make the decision
Defer
that
the
day.
vote. Have the discussion, defer the vote. Okay, yeah. All right, so do we have a motion with those issues that we're going to take June 17th, 2026, and both August meetings, and then sometime in conjunction with doing the budget, we'll set the calendar for the October 1 to September 30th, 27 calendar. All right, so is that your right? You may do it. All right, moved by Cannonball, second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Is there any public comment on this? And then we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so let's jump to 27. You want to read that into the record, Mr. Paul?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 27 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the sale of city-owned real property located at 75 Northwest 3rd Street, Homestead, Florida, approving an as-is residential contract for sale and purchase with SPC Marketing and Consulting LLC, authorizing the city manager to execute a deed and all necessary closing documents, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Hey.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I analyzed this, and I'm going to make the motion to approve, and we can have discussion, but I'm good.
I'm with you. I'll second it. Let's move on. Let's get these off. We've had a lot of discussion about getting properties off our side of the ledger.
Right, and I think these are cash offers. The properties are going to be able to help us do the rehabilitation that's needed to then sell under the HUD guidelines
Sell
to
others,
the
yep.
first-time buyers.
Absolutely. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further from council? Any public comment? Just for the record, I think the potential purchaser is here with us.
For this one, I think they might be on the phone.
Oh, okay. Do we have anyone on the phone? Because we have two separate, right. We have the next one as well. Okay, so let's let the
they're on,
record
can they raise
reflect
their
that the
hand?
proposed purchaser is on the line. Okay, anyone there? Raise your hand, hit the raise your hand button. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. There's no other public comment. I'll close the public hearing and we'll have a roll call vote on tab 27.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, let's move to read in the tab 28.
Tab 28 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the sale of city-owned real property located at 105 Northeast 17th Street, Homestead, Florida, approving an as-is residential contract for sale and purchase, with Wilmer Fernandez authorizing the city manager to execute the contract, deed, and all necessary closing documents, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Any council comment? Anyone like to make a move by Vice Mayor Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannibal? Further discussion? Open the public hearing. Close the public hearing, and we'll have a roll call vote on tab 28.
Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Roth? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, I think we are now in position to go back to the regular order of the agenda. Which the first item would be the consent agenda for the approval of tabs 1A, 1B, 1C. Has been moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. Let's have a roll call on the consent agenda.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mr. White.
Yes, moving on to your quasi-judicial items this evening. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the quasi-judicial agenda this evening.
3 through 7? 3 through 8, which that includes McDonald's. So 3 through 8 are the Penco and McDonald's. Anyone else need to disclose on the Viking issue?
Is that tab 2?
Tab 9, tab 10, tab 11.
It's just safe to say everything. Yeah.
All of the above.
Okay.
So at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on any of the quasi-judicial items to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
You hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
So tab 3, 4, 5,
6.
and 6 all deal with the same application development project. 2 variances, tentative plat and a site plan. As you recall, this was deferred from your last council meeting to give the applicant a chance to file a new variance for front setback, which they've done. I can introduce each one of these. You can have a collective discussion, conversation, and then take a separate vote, starting with the variances before the site plan and the tentative plat.
So let's do that. We'll have a collective conversation, so let's read them all in, please.
So tab 3, car number 4974 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Obama LLC and Penco for the development of 119 single-family dwelling units, residential subdivision on approximately 62.35-acre parcel of land, generally located south of 296th Street, north of 302nd Street, west of Southwest 192nd Avenue, Southwest 197th Avenue, is legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date. Tab 4, car number 4975, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Bama LLC and Penco LLC for the development of 119 single-family dwelling units for new residential subdivision located on approximately 62.35-acre parcel of land. Tab number 5, car number 4976, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance as requested by Bama and Penco from City Code of Ordinances, Section 30-98(1) regulations to permit a minimum building site lot area of 15,780 square feet, where a minimum 1/2 acre, 21,780 square foot building site is required for each single-family dwelling unit for the development of a new 119 single-family residential subdivision, dwelling unit subdivision on an approximately 62.35-acre parcel of land. And finally, tab 6, car number 50-23, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance as requested from Bama and Penco from the City Code of Ordinances, Section 30-98(2) regulations to permit a minimum front yard setback of 35 feet, where a minimum front yard setback of 50 feet is required for each of the single-family residential dwelling units within the 119 single-family residential subdivision. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Arza. Now, you've been cooling your heels since about 4 o'clock.
Take up residency in the city. Hugo Arza, 71 Brickell Avenue, joined today by representatives from Lennar Homes, Carolina Herrera and her team, and want to thank you all for your time. I know that we've been before you. This will be the 3rd public hearing now, but also your generosity with time and meeting with us and going over these issues. We give credit where credit is due. When we were here last month, we talked a lot about this project, and one of the things that came to light was, why do we have these homes set back quite so far? Most folks don't utilize their front yard nearly as much as they utilize their backyard. I think that's just generally a true statement. And why is that? And we explained at the time, well, your code, and we do try and minimize the variances we seek, and your code has a 50-foot front setback requirement. And so we were adhering to that. And I think at the direction of this council, based on that conversation, it became pretty apparent that if we brought those homes forward, which we've done now for you this evening, and requested that variance, that we might address some of the concerns that you all had and were expressing about the usability of the backyards, and how folks who are purchasing a home that's a larger lot home that's 16, 17, 18, 20,000 square feet really don't want to lose a lot of that in their front yard, where it's much harder to do any number of things. And so what you have before you here this evening is a much shorter presentation, because you've seen a lot of what we've done so far. And so we'll just hit a couple of highlights, and then we're going to show you graphically the impact of that front setback variance that we're asking for, and how the backyards, and in particular the usable area of those backyards, where you could put a structure, where you could put a pool, a gazebo, whatever the case may be, where those will how those increase for the different models that we have. The balance of the site plan remains fundamentally the same in terms of what you'll see here before you today. And so, I know I pressed the, there we go. So at the last meeting, this council did approve the rezoning of the property, so you don't have that item before. This property now in the yellow here is now rezoned A2. And again, you heard me say it, so I'll have to say it one more time, really taking a nod from the development to the south that this council approved. Practically the same density. We're a tiny bit below That project was approved at 2.01. We're proposing 1.98 units. We now have the same zoning that they do. Here is that site plan again. We, went into some greater detail the last time, but here's what that site plan looks like, and that you'll have before you this evening. We did get a question before I get into, there were some questions about those buffers along the right-of-way, and so we wanted to show, there was some discussion about what would it look like once planted and grown in, and so we had the landscape architect render in what it'll look like once that's done. So this is faithfully reflecting the landscape plan, but obviously showing it once it's had some opportunity to grow in. We'll be the first ones to say nobody who plants a tree of any type is ever going to have it look quite that pristine on day one, but that is what the landscape architects who provided us with this believe that will look like, and I think that should address some of the privacy concerns from someone walking on a sidewalk. They will not be able to see through, that thickness of hedge. The front yard setback, and again, and I talked about it at the direction of the council, that rear yard space became a critical point. In addition, and we touch upon it here with some pretty pictures, we also talked about how, having more backyard space and just the desire of folks who live in maybe in a home and on a home site that's larger to have different types of trees. And so we made a commitment then, and we're memorializing and have let staff know that we will include tropical trees in our landscaping so that the residents can enjoy what I heard you all mention as kind of that true homestead feel at some point, in their own backyard,
Don't
so
say
to speak.
true homestead.
Yeah? Duh. Sorry. Should know better, but it's late. The real homestead feel. A genuine homestead feel, authentic. We'll come up with a lot of synonyms now, but that's the genesis behind it. We've taken it a step further. Your staff has provided us with a list of trees, fruit trees that they think can fit both in terms of the climate that we have in South Florida as well as the community. We have no objection to incorporating those in its totality. I think it had something like 17 or 18. We were handed that earlier today. It just goes beyond that. It has more fruit trees, but in essence, we will have that be part of our landscaping so that again, in maybe several years after this community's built, I think you would reasonably expect to see some of these at maturity and really creating a very different canopy than the traditional landscaping canopy that a lot of developments have. And so we've incorporated that and made that commitment. So here are, again, I promise you a visual depiction. I'm going to run through the unit types, one of the single family. So look at the top. I'll ask you to look at the top and then look at the bottom. The top is what happens when we provide for a 35-foot front setback, which is what we're doing now in the variance we're requesting before you, and then the bottom is what it was previously, the 50-foot setback. And what I want you to sort of focus on graphically is that darker green area. The entire portion behind the house is backyard. I mean, you're free to put a chair down or do whatever you want in your backyard. But that darker green is what is reflective of the areas that have the setbacks required from whatever it might be, from the main structure, from the side, or from the rear. And those darker green areas are where those accessory structures, whether it's a pool, a gazebo, or anything else, can go. So I'm going to take you through these in somewhat succession, because really the takeaway here, I hope, is just simply that when you look at the bottom, you'll notice that in this case, those L shapes are a little shorter, right? They're a little thinner, so to speak. On the top, because the homes have been pushed forward, those darker green areas are larger. So the area within which a homeowner, a future resident can enjoy some of those additional structural uses in their backyard has increased, as you can see graphically and visually here. Next model, and you're going to see the same thing. Actually, this one's a slightly different story. This is the one where it didn't fit at all. We couldn't offer it with the front 50 front setback. Now with the 35-foot setback, we can offer it in more lots. And so at the election of a homeowner, if they wanted to buy it, they could now buy that model, which the model may appeal to them for another reason, the layout of the interior of the home, and they would still, because now it's 35 feet, enjoy some backyard. Again, it's a choice. All of us, if we own a home or whatever, if we rent, we make a choice as to where we want to live. This is the opportunity for someone to have now an additional choice. It didn't work on some lots, now it would, and that area now is depicted in that darker green. The next model does the same. This one's pretty stark. This is one of the models where the bottom three there show some pretty small. It was going to be difficult for folks to even put in a pool. That's not going to be an issue anymore with the extra 15 feet. It gives them that top three models look so that you can provide for. Every one of our models now would be able to have a pool. If a homeowner wanted to have it, would have the space to do so, or in the alternative, or perhaps in addition, could have a gazebo or whatever they might want, because they all have more ample space. I think this is the next to last model. Same thing, just increases in the back. And then I believe this is the two-story model. And here, it's a little different because the two-story model, the garage is on the sides, and so some of your usable space is also on the side. But that's the design of the home. But again, the increase in that area is evident. And so we really, like I said, we didn't want to go back through, although I have it here. There was a longer, lengthier presentation, and some of it had to do with the rezoning, which of course has already occurred. Other parts of it had to do with, a greater and deeper comparison to the area and the lots to the south. And again, I hope that those messages still resonate with all of you from the first two public hearings that we had. But above all else, we took away what we heard at last month's meeting. We're able to work, and I want to thank staff, because getting an application in, getting an additional item reviewed, getting it noticed, and getting back before you within 30 days is not always the case. So they were incredibly helpful, and I want to thank them for that. We're here before you today, I think, addressing what we heard to be a major concern at last month's meeting, so that these future homeowners can, in fact, enjoy more of their homes. And so I suspect there'll be some questions, and so I'd prefer to reserve time for, to answer all your questions, and certainly if there's any comments from the audience. But otherwise, we would urge you to look at the totality of this project, to look at Lennar's track record in the city as both a corporate citizen and as a builder in your city, their models, their elevations, and what they're bringing to this area, and vote to approve the various items that you have before you this evening. And thank you again for all the time you've given us, both at the public hearings and in our meetings.
Thank you for the turnaround, and I think graphic illustrations as to the change are very helpful. So I'll first open it up for any questions or comments from my colleagues. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Not that I want to spend a whole lot of time, but I do have plenty of energy if necessary. But I do want to thank the team, the architect team, for changing the site plan so that it reflects a better family living experience in the city on this type of development. I did want you to take a minute to talk about, why not an HOA and only a CDD, how you're going to have, what mechanisms do you have in place so that the CDD can, in fact, properly maintain all the landscaping on a regular basis so that hedge looks very healthy and maintained. And then also, where are the flags? I thought you told me.
We have I think we made, I guess I'll repeat the commitment. I'll repeat the commitment. I think we talked about doing the, if I recall correctly, I think we offered to do per home to have the I forget what it's called.
Offer the brackets?
The brackets, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we and there is a flag at the mailbox kiosk. Sorry, I was trying not to repeat myself. But yes, I thought we had addressed that.
So is that on the site plan already, the flag?
I think the flag, only not the bracket. I think we're going to do that as a condition because it's something you're attaching to a home. The mailbox area, I believe we had shown the flag, but either way, we've done it previously. But I know I mentioned that last time. So.
Thank you. I mean, I'm going to really defer to my colleague that lives in the Northwest and the mayor as well, who lives in the Northwest on this item. But thank you for bringing into consideration the fruit trees and the improved product.
Yeah. I'll answer your HOA CDD question if you want. I mean, I'm going to have to answer it at some point through the mayor. The reality is, when we started this process and when there was a lot of discussion about, the additional charges that any project has. I mean, development in South Florida and in Miami-Dade County is in large part funded through CDD process. And I know you're very familiar with that, Councilwoman, from your community. we were able to, in this case and for this type of community, because it's a single family home community and doesn't have like the other common amenities and the like, to actually remove the HOA, which are, both Lennar's corporate folks and their sales team feel is a positive. I mean, homes are expensive, just generally speaking, and even whatever it might be, $100, $150, $200, whatever an HOA fee might be, may not seem like a lot, but when you tack it on top of, a mortgage and taxes and insurance and everything else, it can add up. And so we made the decision early on that we would, that this was a community in which they could remove that HOA fee and perhaps take a little bit of the burden away from the future homeowner. As far as the CDD maintaining, yes, I mean, as you know, contractually, the CDD can certainly maintain and have the ability to maintain the landscaping. It just has to be funded. That CDD will be the residents of that community who, of course, will have their budget and will be able to prioritize and hire, until it's turned over. Of course, it'll fall to Lennar, but, in a community of this size, it's not so large that it will be a long time before the residents will manage their own CDD and will be able to hire the folks and ensure that the landscaping, and there will be no greater person that will want to see that landscaping well maintained than the 119 residents and their families who live here. So,
To have an opportunity to clarify, this is going to be an exclusive CDD.
Correct.
For this development and this development only.
Yes, we had made that commitment. I'm hoping that everything we said is incorporated by reference or whatever from previous meetings, but I'm sure we'll repeat a few of the things. Yes, the creation or the formation of this CDD will contain language that the boundaries of this CDD are fixed and cannot be expanded, so only the geographic area. Yes. Well, it will include the county? Yes, it will include, I knew the clarification. As we talked about maybe the first or the second time or in one of the 17 meetings you've all been generous enough to give us, there is a companion piece Lennar purchased from one of the sellers, which falls in Miami-Dade County, that has already been through the development process. The approval process at the county. The CDD will include those homes, but this is one community including those homes, those residents. And I'm going to venture to guess that those folks are going to feel every bit as homestead residents as the people next door, because I don't think a street's going to change how people feel. And so the CDD will cover all of it. So,
I have a question for you. So does the CDD already exist in
No.
the county for the county portion?
No, we've submitted it. It'll come to this board for their resolution of support, hopefully in short order.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll include the,
Just
right.
wondering because we'll need to do it before final plat or
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure
yeah.
that it's in place for.
Trust me, there's plenty of people back there that are going to make sure we do that. Yeah, no, I think we submitted it already, correct? If I'm not, yeah. So I think we've submitted it for consideration, and hopefully it'll be before you all in the next month or two. So.
Councilman Roth?
Just curious, why wouldn't that other development that's a part of this development not annex into the city?
Well, it's not. It's a great question. I've been asked that question. Yeah. First of all, if you have tried any annexation process in the county, it is arduous and takes a long, long time. Secondly, it's not typically done by the private parties. I mean, I think the city could talk to the county, and I have asked my client, and they have no objection if it occurs during the pendency of Lennar still owning that tract, meaning they're still developing it and they haven't sold the homes. We have no objection to it being part of the city. It just was not. Yes, that is. I didn't want to divulge sources,
No,
but
that's fine. I'll take ownership of. It should be annexed. Common sense says that it should be annexed.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little confusing even for police, right? Are they
Correct.
got different addresses?
But your backdoor neighbor has a county address and county police coverage.
we have no objection. We've seen a lot of annexation requests and issues at the county. We're happy to lend our assistance. Just let anything that we've learned along the way. But it is typically initiated by the government agencies with each other. I mean, it's not a private sector. But we'd have no objection,
And just so we know, I made the same request of DR with, Aspen Estates?
Right.
Where there was that little segment of the former Greenleaf Nursery that got left out of our prior annexation. Squared off, bring it in, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know what that process would take, but and I don't think Lennar would mind that at all.
We don't.
They've
No,
indicated they've not.
We don't.
So how do we initiate
And we'll
that?
have to take that up once we get confirmation that the current moratorium, that
Yeah.
there are some exceptions to the current moratorium on annexation. We may fall within that exception as it's residential and one owner right now.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that the moratorium speaks more to the industrial and
More to
commercial
commercial,
lands.
industrial,
Correct. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone to my left? Councilwoman Konski, welcome to the party.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. I know I have probably given you way more pushback than anybody else on the dais.
No, probably you have. Yes.
You're in my neighborhood, you're on my turf.
Of course.
And I know this area well. I've expressed to you before that as a realtor, I farm this area. I'm very well versed on what the residents want and what they don't want. A few things. I do appreciate the variance change in the setback, giving them a bigger yard. However, and the trees, the fruit trees. Thank you for the little nod to the Redlands.
Yeah.
However, it is not enough, in my opinion, to offset the loss of open space. You know, that's something that people want and they're trying to hold on to. Nonetheless, your comment. I've talked to you also about this being on the cusp of the Redland and luxury homes, estate homes. Other than the setback, there's been no change to there's been no change to the models or anything else other than adding a bigger backyard that would make this any more luxury. In many of our meetings, we've talked about affordable home ownership as one of the last little sections of Homestead left that, again, going back to this is on the cusp of Homestead and the Redland. I think there is an appetite for a more luxury, higher income area. I think the residents would even appreciate that and raise their property values. So I'm still not there. You know, I appreciate everything you've done. You know, and one more thing also, I know it's not this is a county issue more than an issue for you as a developer, but the traffic of that intersection.
I forgot. I did speak with your public works director. I don't know if, I think you're right there. We talked about the four-way stop sign on 296 and 187th Avenue.
Correct.
And I think, Mr. Kangas, you told me that you believe that the county has a warrant analysis they're evaluating to see if a signal might be warranted at that location.
Not, what I mentioned was that it would require a warrant. So it would be, I would assume if council requested, it would be as part of the development for you guys to analyze it and see if it's warranted. And if it's not warranted, to figure out some other approach that could lead to minimizing the impacts that the four-way stop is currently causing. But it's only a warrant is the only thing that would, be lead to a signalized intersection being allowed to be installed. That's what it is.
Okay. Look, we're happy to assist. I mean, I told you that, I understand the frustration of a four-way stop sign. I guess I misunderstood the public works director. I thought I heard, I will stick to my guns, I thought I heard him say that they were already looking at it, but that is the step to take a look at it by the county. It is not adjacent to our property. It is not an intersection that touches our property. It's an intersection that's several blocks away, and so it is not typically the responsibility of a developer to fix that problem. I'm just going to be very honest. But we can offer our assistance. We have traffic engineers that can provide the data to the city and help the city request of the county that they perform a warrant analysis to see if it's warranted there. I will note, because I know I made this comment before, we didn't change the land use. So the city should always have assumed that this parcel would have up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. We're proposing a project now, but for 20, 30 years, however long the master plan has been in place, this parcel always had land use for residential up to 2.5 dwelling units per. And the importance of that is merely that when you're looking at areas and other projects that might have studied it, they would have assumed this project would have some impact. This is going to be new impact in the sense of actual physical cars out there, but there will be studies that will have shown that this parcel already had land use in place. Be a different story if this was never intended for homes and was being proposed for homes, but it's always been intended for homes. And we're just going through the process of getting the rezoning, which we have in the site plan approved. But all of that said, I'm happy to have our traffic engineers provide any data that we have and work with the city to request officially of the county, who are the only ones who can do signalization. The city can't and the developer can't. The county has exclusive signalization jurisdiction. We'll provide that data and work with Cairo so that they can pass it along to the county. And obviously, if it's warranted, then the county would have an obligation to install it. So that's, I think, our offer, and try to help the situation.
Much appreciated. That would be 250 plus cars. I know
Yeah.
we said they're not all coming out at the same time, but nonetheless,
Or in the same direction, to be fair.
But nonetheless, it's already a burdensome
Yeah.
intersection. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think they've done what we've asked them to do, ultimately. I'd just like to hear two little words, and you can say it fleeting away from the microphone, but you know what they are.
To hear two little words?
Yes, go Irish.
No, go Irish?
Yes, sir.
Notre Dame way. He wore his tie on purpose. He'd like for us to call it Notre Dame Estates. I told him that there were a few too many University of Miami graduates at Lennar for me to be able to pull that off tonight. But I don't know. On St. Patrick's Day, we'll paint something green for you. So,
All right, so let me open this for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak to this matter? Anything further from council? Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding these fruit trees, they'll fall in line at least in the beginning while they're maturing enough to survive on their own. That maintenance can kind of keep an eye on that as well.
Well, I think the trees are going to be in the property owners. I mean, it's intended to be in their backyards.
Correct.
Because
But
otherwise,
if they're planted before there's a homeowner.
oh, sure,
living
of
there.
course, yeah.
And is it one per backyard?
We two. Yeah.
Two per backyard.
Yeah.
From the list. that was
Maybe
circulated.
provide some symmetry, maybe one on each side, or and we'll work with
Two
the
different types.
Yeah, you can pick two of the same type. You can pick two different types, or you can and we'll work with homeowners to figure out location. Because a homeowner that doesn't intend to have a pool may prefer to have it in one part of their yard. Somebody who thinks they're going to put in a pool, or may decide they want the tree on the other side. So we'll work with them.
It sounds like a silly little thing, but I can just imagine driving by that it is going to feel more like non-cookie cutter because even the landscaping on the east, it's very different. There's just no variety.
Then those,
So
then fruit
I'm
trees.
Really curious to see what that is going to look like. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything further? All right, so let's start. I think the appropriate place to start would be the tab 6 variance. So do we have a motion on tab 6? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Let's have a roll call vote on tab 6.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And then tab 5. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call on tab 5, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konsky? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And then we should go to tab 3, the site plan approval, followed by T-Plat.
Yeah.
Move tab 3, second by Cannonball. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Konsky? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And then finally, T-Plat approval, tab 4. Moved by Councilman Roth, second by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, before we move on, we need a motion to, I think that's it for you. isn't
I think it is. You'll see me
Oh, you guys
shortly,
will.
very
Yes.
briefly. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion to extend the meeting to 11 p.m. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second to move to go to 11? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 6-1 to extend to 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. I'm going to tap 7, say 7 a.m. Right? Okay. I received a message from staff asking to jump to tab 25. So if we could go there, tab 25, is wastewater. Well, it's the wastewater treatment facility issue.
Tab 25 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and adopting the wastewater facility plan, Homestead WWTF expansion, dated May 2026, prepared for the city by ACOM, authorizing the appropriate city officials to take such action as necessary to transmit the adopted facilities plan in connection with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Clean Water State Revolving Fund Program and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Director.
Good morning. Oh, wait, it's
Almost.
the same day. I'm sorry. My bad. All right. So I will try to make it brief, but as you may be aware, this is a public hearing, so I have to provide certain information as part of the process required for this that we are here for today. The purpose of the project today, the presentation today, is to present the proposed expansion of the wastewater treatment facility in the city of Homestead. And the reason why we have to do a facility plan is because in order to fund this project with very favorable loan terms, we have to first go through it, get council approval, and submit to FDP for them to decide whether or not to put it in the list of projects that they fund. And then at some point, we begin the project. So let's move on. The purpose is to present a draft facilities plan for SRF, which being state revolving funds. These are the funds that come from the federal government and gets managed by each state's respective Department of Environmental Protections. In our case, is the FDEP. So the purpose is to present the draft state revolving fund facilities plan for the Homestead Wastewater Treatment Facility Expansion Project. To summarize the project needs, alternative evaluated, and recommend the path forward, review environmental effects and benefits, financial feasibility requirements, and implementation schedule, and receive public input and support council consideration of the facilities resolution. Where is this project located? It is located on the northwest quadrant of Southwest 328th Street, commonly known as Lucy, and Southwest 172nd Avenue, which is also Southeast 6th Avenue, here locally in Homestead. The improvements are centered at the existing wastewater treatment facility site. The plant is currently permitted for 5 million gallons a day on an annual average daily flow basis and disposes treated effluent through on-site trenches. Flows above local treatment capacity are currently conveyed to the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department system, and proposed upgrades would occur within or adjacent to the existing historically developed wastewater treatment facility footprint. What is critical, and one of the primary reasons, we have a few very important reasons why this project is being proposed. The first one is what was mentioned on bullet point number 3, which is that the excess flows have to be rerouted to Miami-Dade County. This has two issues with it. The first one is that it will cap us at a certain point when it comes to the capacity and the growth of the city. Why? Because that is the only force main that is available that services not only the city of Homestead, but also the city of Florida City and everything to the west of the city of Homestead. Now with the developments that one of them just was approved, this is going to allow the county to expand their footprint towards the west because they, by means of this development and others, now they have the infrastructure, which Before they didn't, and they had to rely on the city to provide the service, and as you all know, we had moratorium issues. So that is the primary reason. We need to make sure that we can treat our own wastewater and not depend on that one piece of infrastructure that will be at capacity soon. The second primary reason is because we are wholesale buyers of the county. We are at the behest of any rate increases. Last year, we were increased 19%, and that's not something that we can negotiate. If they come in with 19% increase, we have to accept it, being a utility. And one other reason why we want to do this is, we talked about the well fields, and I don't want to bring a topic, but the way that we treat our water is very unique. We treat our water to a point that is almost at drinking level. Now, we're not going to drink it because it has other components that we don't treat, but we are very unique in this way of processing our wastewater. And by now increasing the capacity and having those trenches recharge the aquifer, that allows us to prevent this salt water intrusion that we definitely do not want going all the way up to our well fields. So those are the primary reasons why we're doing this project. There are others, but those are the main ones. So why the improvements? As I mentioned before, we are currently permitted to treat 5 million gallons a day, but actually we treat about 4.158 due to some just features of the way that it was constructed. We produce approximately 9.5 million gallons a day, and the 5.342 million gallons are the ones that we have to send to WASD. In addition to that, the city has, within our system, not necessarily just the city, but within the system, we have approximately 2,300 properties that are on septic tanks that would benefit the environment if they were to connect. Right now, there is no plan forward, so that wouldn't be done at this point unless we could treat the additional flows. The projected total flows approaches 10 million gallons a day when existing system demands and septic tank conversions are considered. The action alternatives compared 12 million gallons a day, 8 million gallons a day, 6 million gallons a day total treatment capacity scenarios. And the city seeks to reduce long-term reliance on external treatment while improving reliability and resiliency. That is another reason why we want to do this project. We would like to make the plant that we currently have more resilient to ensure that if there ever was a time when we were to experience any sort of really bad inclement weather, and by that I mean storm surge, because there is a possibility, we're in Zone C. So with the right direction, we could experience it. We would lose the plant, and that would also be a pretty bad position to be in. So this project is also helping us with that. Now, we have to mention, as part of this process for the SRF loan application, the cost and effectiveness analysis for this plan. The city intends to pursue funding assistance through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Clean Water State Revolving Fund program as part of the SRF process. The facilities plan evaluates alternatives, project justification, environmental effects, public participation, and financial feasibility. A planning level alternative analysis compared the no action alternative with 3 build alternatives for the wastewater treatment facility. And those alternatives are listed in the table that you have on slide number 5. As the bullet mentioned, the process requires that you do a no action evaluation. Then you have to obviously evaluate the recommended alternative that you prefer and others as well. And they have to be presented to council and the public for this draft to eventually become final and for us to send to them. That's just part of the process. The cost effectiveness analysis for alternative 0 is obviously to do nothing. It maintains the existing permitted treatment capacity of 4 million gallons a day, continues diverting flows above the wastewater treatment facility's capacity to WASD for treatment and disposal, does not address the city's current or long-term wastewater treatment capacity and future growth needs. It maintains continued dependence on external treatment and disposal, does not resolve limitations associated with existing effluent disposal system or current and anticipated regulatory constraints, and does not satisfy the project purpose and needs and is not recommended. On the second to last bullet, what this means is that the plant is in serious need of extensive rehabilitation. The last time that it was, I guess, fixed was in 1999, and every cycle that we have, the permitting agency, FDP, they do mention that we have to redo our filters, we have to redo our UV system. So we definitely have to do something that is expensive. We just have to figure out what makes the most sense economically, and that's part of this process. So alternative number one is the preferred alternative. What you see on the screen is basically a schematic of the processes that we want to include. We will want to maintain the same treatment type that we use now, which is the SBRs that we inject air into it. We let the bacteria do all the cleaning that they want to do, and then it goes into the filters. After the filters, it goes into the UV, and when it comes out of the UV, is almost drinking water level. So that's the kind of system that we want to maintain for a plant our size. It is the most economical to manage, and well, you all know the other benefits that I mentioned. We are not able to discharge water anywhere else, such as the county. They're able to discharge into the ocean and whatnot. We don't have that. We have to go through the trenches, and this is the only technology that allows us to do that. So that's the other added benefit. So it expands local treatment capacity to 12 million gallons a day above the projected 10 million gallons system demand, which means that we're planning for the future. Eliminates routine diversion to Miami-Dade water and sewer. It includes influent pump station headworks. This is the process that I mentioned, 4 new SBR basins. The nitrification filters, so we would have a higher level of treatment, which is going to be required by the permitting agency anyway. UV disinfection, trench disposal, expansion, sludge handling, and new administration electrical facilities. And that is part of the resilience component. Currently, our operators who have to be at the plant 24/7, even during inclement weather, are at ground level, and that is not normal or should be the case. So the new building would put them on the second level where they can oversee the operations. And it's recommended for greatest local capacity, lowest external reliance, and strongest long-term operational flexibility. The other two alternatives that were evaluated were to increase the plant to 8 million gallons a day, but still maintain approximately 2 being diverted to WASDE. And then alternative 3 would be to rehab the plant, the current plant, and re-rate it to 6 million gallons a day and send 4 million gallons a day to WASDE. So the process is essentially the same as far as treatment is concerned, but you will see now the benefits when it comes to the financial evaluation. So when you look at the financials, I don't want anyone freaking out. The total cost is not projected to be that high. That is a very inflated cost because right now we're doing planning level class 5 estimates, which are supposed to do that. They're not supposed to start from the bottom and work your way up because that's how people typically get into those situations. The reality is that we look at the values that we have now, we add a multiplier to it, and then that 125 is with a 30% contingency. That's the same across the board for all the 3 projects, alternative, by the way, under the total project cost row. But what I want everyone to pay attention to is the second line item, which is the 20-year operation and maintenance present worth. If you look at alternative 1, that is $76 million. That is the cost of operating and maintaining for 20 years. If you were to take that money and bring it to today's value, it would be $76 million. Alternative 2, which again is diverting 2 million gallons to WASDE, increases that to 104. And if you look at alternative 3, it increases it to 143. And why is the difference that great? Because we are paying the WASDE to treat the water as wholesale customers. And currently, this fiscal year, approximately 1/3 of our revenues are sent to WASDE at the moment. So without getting the benefits that this plan would give us. So last but not least, if you look at the total overall present worth and you compare them across the row, you notice that alternative 1, although slightly more expensive when you consider a 20-year operations, is by far the preferred, only because not only are you able to treat all the water, you get to treat it better than what WASDE would. Their level of treatment is much lower than ours, and all the other benefits that I mentioned. So alternative one is recommended because it provides the cost-complete long-term solution. Life cycle costs are close and within the Class 5 estimate accuracy range. Environmental effects and benefits. So at this point in the design, what the design consultant did was a planning level desktop review, and they did not identify significant adverse impacts to natural resources at the existing developed wastewater treatment facility site. Available mapping indicates no jurisdictional wetlands within the facility footprints, although a wet storm pond is present on site, which has been discussed with permitting agencies, and they have told us that there is no issue with filling that in order to expand the footprint of the plant itself. The project is not expected to result in significant adverse human health or environmental effects on minority or low-income communities. And again, these are things that have to be done as part of the process. And a portion of the northeastern facility grounds falls within the mapped 100-year floodplain. Final design should incorporate resiliency and flood mitigation measures for critical assets. And of course, they will. So the tentative project schedule. The tentative project schedule is a very conservative schedule. This schedule is also dependent on funding because the state revolving fund only provides, it's almost like a grant. It works as reimbursable. They only reimburse up to $20 million a year. So assuming that the project were to come in at a total cost of $100 million, you have to split that up into 5 years. The reality, based on my experience, what I've seen, and also other municipalities, is that we don't anticipate that the city would have to pay for this project in its entirety, because this loan has a component of principal forgiveness. It's dependent on FDP if they want the project or not, and they make that determination. And we foresee that when it comes to grants, which we have been very successful, this could potentially get in a conservative, and of course I can't say with 100% anything, but conservatively I think we could potentially get 30% to almost 50% grant funded for this project. Every single agency that we spoke to was extremely excited over this project, and they much rather we do this than continue sending water to WASDE. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not knocking WASDE. What they do is amazing, and they treat billions of gallons. All right? So they do great work, but because of the way that we have to dispose, our water is better. That's just the reality. So everyone's very excited about that. Now I'm going to turn it over to Carlos, our finance director, to go over these 3 slides.
I'll do it sitting down if you don't mind. Okay, the formula that they asked for to calculate what the debt service would be is basically taking the capital cost allowances, but only a 10% contingency. So that comes up to the $103 million. Then they provide for a loan service fee that we would have to pay for the loan if we get it, and that's considered 2% of capital. That's an additional $2 million, bringing it up to $105 million. And then we're allowed to capitalize the interest. So interest that's being calculated during the construction program, that's about another $4 million, bringing the whole project to be amortized that we would have to calculate the debt service on to $109 million. Now, the part where, and I think he might have mentioned it before, the beauty of going through the state revolving fund is the discounted rates. If you go to a 20-year treasury bill right now, you would be paying maybe 5.02. When we calculated it, they do it based on census and I think maybe poverty levels. This is the calculated amount. So it's a very discounted rate at 1.588%. So when you calculate that to the amount, you get $6.4 million for the debt service, but then we also have to meet coverage of 120%. So that brings the debt service at $7.6 million. Now what they wanted to see here is basically a projection of revenues and expenditures, and in particular, they wanted us to start with a year before the project is completed. As Cairo mentioned, the project completion is 2034, so therefore the exercise was to calculate it from 2033 through 2037. How did I do that? Basically took fiscal year 26 adopted budget and made assumptions on the projections for revenues. Those assumptions included CPI, it included growth, it included the Miami-Dade County pass-through that we usually do every year. On the expense side, I did similar for personnel costs, for operations, and for the WASA bill, which is, like Cairo mentioned, it's one of the biggest bills for their operations. So in 2034, when the project's completed, I'm also assuming that the WASA bills would start going down there. So you see the last item is showing that even with the debt coverage, even paying the debt service of the existing $12 million that we have for the water and sewer loan that was approved in December, and in addition to the new debt service, we still have sufficient funds. Now, that's not necessarily all surplus. Don't think that that's going to fund balance. It would probably be used for capital projects that they would have from year to year.
No, you have to go through each one of the numbers.
I'm sorry?
The numbers go through each one. He would love it.
And the most important part here is that if we had to basically increase revenues, increase rates in order to cover the debt service of the $7.6 million, we're looking at a 7 to 8% increase on the water and sewer rates. That's it.
All right, thank you. So this is the public participation part of this process. This is a public hearing, and here we're showing you a timeline of all the steps that were completed. The public notice was provided. The draft facilities plan was available to the public and is available to the public online. That was also advertised. And right now, we're currently conducting the public meeting and comments from the community. And last but not least, also today, we would need to have council resolution consideration for the adoption of the facilities plan, and obviously directing staff to continue with the process. So what is the requested council action? Council and public received public meeting presentation now. Council and public comments would take place, and then the adoption of the SRF facilities plan resolution for the Homestead wastewater treatment facility expansion would be requested from council. And last but not least, authorized continued pursuit of the FDEP Clean Water State Revolving Funding for the recommended project. Thank you. More information, this is the information with the draft report. This is only a presentation. Our consultant put together the mandatory draft report, and that can be found at homesteadfl.gov/WWTF for wastewater treatment facility.
Cairo. It's also important to note that what you're doing tonight is basically approving us to move forward with the application. This would come back, if we're awarded in August, it would come back to council in January, and that's where you would have an opportunity of approving moving forward with the loan.
So once we send it now at the beginning of June, FDEP takes their time to evaluate all the projects that come from the whole state, and by August we find out whether the project was moved forward as one of the projects that they want to move forward with or not. At that point, we would have to come back to council, because that's when we start looking at what is going to be the rate if the loan is approved and whatnot. By January, which is the date that Carlos mentioned, what we would be coming to council is with the agreement for the first of the loans. They break it up into design and construction. They treat it as two separate loans. So at every step of the way, they give council or the governing agency of that entity to do whatever they feel is necessary at that point.
So your ask tonight is for us to authorize you to go forward with the application under the choice of option 1.
Correct. Yeah. Approval of the facility action plan recommendation for alternative 1, and to proceed with sending it to FDEP for consideration.
But before we do that, we need to open the floor for public comment.
Correct.
Okay, I'm opening the floor for public comment on this wastewater treatment facility upgrade and overhaul. Is there anyone online? Is there anyone in the audience? Is there anyone in the audience awake? All right, seeing none, yes. Well, we'll close the public hearing and then back to Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I will motion to proceed on this item with option 1, but with direction for our city manager's office. There were multiple points of information that I requested in the briefing relating to this matter. I don't recall receiving it, but I'd like to, I remember at this time, and I think I asked for the county contract with regards to the processing. The majority of my district, if not all of it, is on that contract. If I got it, great, and then I'd like to have a follow-up meeting so that we can discuss it further. I want to become an expert in this infrastructure department, and there's going to be plenty of time between now and when we go to approve the loan. And you know, I really encourage you to try to work on gaining my vote of confidence over these next couple of months, because I super impressed with the site tour, the expertise that I heard on site. I have no doubt that we have excellent staff working at these facilities, and I really want to know how the bacteria is doing this week, but I'll save the conversation for another time. But I really want to be able to believe that I'm getting all the information, 100% of all the details, and be able to vote confidently. Thank you.
Let me ask you, Kara, a little bit of clarification, and maybe I misunderstood when we talked about it. Your district is directly offloaded to the county. It never comes through our system, or no?
No. So that's for water, for potable water. And although the infrastructure is city maintained and operated, the water source and pressure comes from the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
But wastewater
okay. is it goes through the plant, and then the excess has to go then back out again to the county.
That's just a one big pool from all over the city and whatever.
Correct.
So you're not directly, your water is. And going out in the weeds really quick late at night. When was the last time we dug a new water well?
I think in the 70s, we have, I think, well number 5 was in 77 or something like that, yeah.
Because the Villages of Homestead wasn't completed until 1981. So without getting into the nuances of permits and all that kind of stuff, do we have the legal ability, if we needed, to drill additional wells at other sites? We're pretty concentrated at 2 sites. Have we looked at where an alternate site may be? Obviously, it's got to be city-owned property.
Are you referring to water?
I'm talking about drinking water wells.
Drinking. So we are only permitted for those 2 locations, Wickup and Harrisfield. There is no other location in the city. The only ones that at some point were looked at were further southeast, obviously, because there's more room, but because of the salinity intrusion, that is discarded. So the only wells that we are permitted by FDP is those 2 locations. Now, we also have another location that I believe is called the Newton, and that one services the county. We don't use that one. It has a different, correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie. Am I good? What? Wake up. No, the Newton, that services the county. Okay. So that's a different chemistry, and we don't connect it to our system. So the ones that we have are Wickup and Harrisfield.
So any additional capacity would have to come from within our existing fields? Or can we even drill another well to bring more out faster?
Not only can we have to. We need water.
Just a point of information, we currently have submitted a request to the state for funding for a brand new well at Harrisfield, which is well number 7. So we're waiting for funding.
So,
Mayor, if I can just, on that topic, we might as well, with the regulatory mayhem that exists around wells, I don't know if I want to add any more regulation restrictions anywhere else around the city. Let's stick to what we've got. But I get
so I just wanted to clarify, we have 2.
But if we lost a well field?
Oh.
Depending on the location, like not any location
Which is kind of funny because Harris Field started out as an airport. Well, there's Salt Plume. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned that no updates had been made since '99.
No major updates, yeah.
So was it major like along these lines or?
Yeah,
what
that
are-
one was pretty major. We went from clarifiers. I don't know if you can picture, but typically when you see a wastewater treatment facility, you see these big round circles that just let the water flow and slowly all the, particles settle to the bottom. Yeah, they sink to the bottom. So those occupy a lot of space, and this plant had it originally from when it was reconstructed in the 50s. We moved away from that and constructed this type of process that creates a much cleaner water. But since then, no major improvement have been done. We just, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if council remembers, but we brought to council to purchase equipment that is needed, that is very old, and we're going to be installing it soon in our current SBRs, but nothing else major other than that.
So ballpark, if we go with option one, we're looking at a good 30, 40 years.
With proper maintenance, you can get more out of these, but everything runs down. So, for example, the filters that we have, I became aware that the casing were used when they were purchased in '99 because of funding constraints. So that alone is a little dicey. It's hard to get a lot more out of them than we already have. And really, our staff does miracles with what we have. They do miracles. When I hear this type of stuff, I don't know about this. I'm not, wastewater, but it's pretty impressive.
Okay. Now, I think, especially looking at the long run and seeing how much we'd be saving eventually, we might as well plan bigger.
Yeah. And there's a possibility that with reduction of infiltration, inflow and infiltration, you could even at some point have the county be treated through our system as well, which would be a source of revenue. We're not there yet, but with the improvements that we are currently doing to the collection system, we could get there within 10 years.
Mayor, if I may, just one more thing. Not that I'm hearing any objection. I think we're all in favor of supporting the infrastructure, but for our public purposes, this is critical infrastructure. Our plant, our treatment facility is currently designed based on 30,000 residents in 2009, which then exploded in...
in 99.
I'm sorry, in 99, which then exploded in 2009, and now it's even doubled from there. So, this is absolutely needed, and I look forward to it being done expeditiously. I will ask if staff can please look at the perimeter, the existing perimeter right now. While I did the plant, the tour, I could see neighbors' residences, and it's curb appeal next to a city facility, So please,
That's part of
try
the
to
plan,
improve the landscaping.
Councilwoman.
Well,
That would be
talked
part of
about
the plan.
security walls.
And the security walls for sure, and the redesign. But if there's anything we can do right now to help obscure the visibility and the smell, not that it's that bad. I know you say it comes from solid waste, I know.
Let us from us.
I'll make the motion
Dirty
to plan,
garbage trucks.
to proceed with the plan option A. Thank you.
Plan option one. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Cannonball. Roll call.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, we got a lot of people out there, and those fee clocks are spinning off the wall tonight. Okay. Going back to tab 7.
Back to tab 7. Tab 7 and tab 8 are companion items. Tab 7 is the site plan for proposed McDonald's. And tab 8 is
Read them both and let's do
combined
it.
variances.
Yeah.
Introduce both.
Please.
Tab 7 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by McDonald's USA LLC for the development of approximately 3,859 square foot commercial restaurant located on an approximately 0.84 acre parcel of land generally located west of South Chrome Avenue between Southwest 5th Street and Southwest 6th Street as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 8, card number 4978, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance as requested by McDonald's LLC from the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances, Section 30-296.62, sub-areas to allow a minimum parking placement setback of 7.58 feet where a minimum of 20 feet behind the front facade is required, and a variance from City Code Section 30-541-6 drive-through businesses to permit the elimination of a porte cochere where a porte cochere structure is required over a drive-through and any associated customer service window, and a variance from City Code Section 30-538-28 General District Regulations to allow a minimum sidewalk width of 7.2 feet where a minimum of 11 feet is required, and a fourth variance from City Code Section 30-541 drive-through businesses to allow a drive-through aisle interior radius of 20 feet where a minimum of 25 feet is required for the development of an approximately 3,859 square foot commercial restaurant located on approximately 0.84 parcel of land located west of South Chrome Avenue between Southwest 5th Street, 6th Street as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. So tab 8 includes 4 variances.
Yes, let's start with tab 8 to do the variances before we do the next approval. No representatives here.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Miriam Sola Ramos with office at 701 Brickell Avenue on behalf of McDonald's. With me tonight is my partner, Hugo Arza, as well as representatives of the McDonald's team and our traffic consultant in case there's any questions for her.
Well, I hope we made a good impression tonight.
And so with that, we'll get started with the presentation. They are all together, Mayor. I know you want to take the variances first, but there's one presentation.
Take it all together, but we'll vote on the variances first.
Fantastic. Okay, so this property is located in the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood District. It's on West Chrome Avenue between Southwest 5th and 6th Street. It's just shy of an acre at 0.845 acres. And you will see in the aerial here that it's a very narrow and long site. That is the reason for the variance request, because it's hard to accommodate really anything in this particular site. There's some history here that's important in framing the request. You might remember in 2025, for those of you who were here, we had a text amendment to allow for drive-through businesses in this neighborhood. The concept was that it would start to revitalize the area, bring businesses to the area, and this is the result of that text amendment making this possible. This is basically the proposed commercial restaurant development. It's 3,859 square feet. It's obviously a fast food restaurant. It has the new sleeker design that we see in the newer McDonald's, not in the older ones that maybe we were used to seeing as we grew up. On one side, you will see what is the non-drive-through elevation. In other words, the side that's going to face North Chrome. And on the other side, you see the front elevation, which is on the short side. In other words, on 5th. So it's not, what you're going to see from Chrome is the side of the building, not the front of the building. It is in scale with the neighborhood, compatible with the surrounding uses. You have south of it the Park Motel, and north the Corralito Cafe, and a small scale cargo facility. There's not much else there. So again, it's a catalyst for activation in the area that needs some development and economic prosperity. This is a proposed site plan. Again, it is long and narrow, so it had some design challenges. The team worked really closely with staff in addressing staff's concerns and kind of putting things in a place that made sense. So as you see, the building is in kind of the middle of the property, and I'll go through the variance requests in a minute, but basically it allows for all of the queuing to occur on the property and not affect either of the two side streets. All ingress and egress is happening off of 5th and 6th. There is no ingress and egress on North Chrome, so as not to create a traffic problem there. So there are 4 variance requests. Again, is a long, narrow site, which is what's led us here to needing those variances. One is from the parking location, so typically you need 20 feet from where the site starts to the parking. This is at 7.58 feet, and it is because if I go back to the site plan, as you'll see, on that left side, that is the quote front of the building. So if they went to the 20-foot required a setback, then they would not be able to accommodate parking, which would be a terrible result. The second is the variance from the porte cochere requirement. So what they've done now is, in consultation again with staff, probably the next best thing, which is to construct a deeper covering. So the idea is to have 4.5 feet of covering over each of the 3 windows, and then a continuous covering between the windows. That would be shorter at 1.5 feet. The reason for that is that having a longer continuous covering could be problematic during storms. And so this allows for a little bit of a safer covering without being a complete porte cochere, which would obviously take a lot of space in the site. But it still allows for people not to get wet while they're getting their food, which is the idea of the porte cochere. The third variance request is for the width of the sidewalks. As you'll see in a couple of slides, they are providing sidewalks all around the site. And so in order to make that work, they needed to be a little bit narrower. And then finally, the interior radius of the drive-through aisle. Not where you go into the site. We originally thought that it was when you went into the site to the left. It's actually further down the queuing aisle. When you make the right, instead of being 25 feet, it's 20 feet in order to accommodate the turn to, again, allow for more queuing on site. So there are on and off-site improvements that are being offered as part of the site plan. One is sidewalks on 5th and 6th Street to promote future walkability of the area, which is the ultimate goal. Replacement of the sidewalk on Chrome Avenue, replacement of street lighting along Chrome with decorative features, widening of eastbound lanes on Southwest 5th and Southwest 6th, also curbs and gutters along the property frontages, and having decorative stamped asphalt and concrete throughout the site, which makes it look a lot nicer. There has been a lot of work with staff, again, on the traffic and making sure that it would be a site that would work well, interior circulation. Ingress and egress points, as I mentioned, are designed to reduce stacking and traffic congestion, with all of it coming in and out of 5th and 6th. Great internal circulation, intersections and roadways were counted and expected to be at the appropriate levels of service. And the queuing analysis, they worked with staff a lot in order to make sure that the queuing would work and only be on site. That's a landscape plan. Obviously, you can't see much other than just there's a lot of writing, but what it means is that there's a lot of trees coming, so it should be nicely buffered and really make the area look very nice. So staff recommends approval subject to the conditions. The conditions are the variances. Obviously, you need to grant the variances in order to grant the site plan approval as it is designed today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Council. Councilman Fletcher first, and then.
Yes, is there a way we can get a side view of the landscaping potential? Because again, I'm going to look at it for the public safety aspect. Police need to be able to see in. You know, and if we have too many bushes and trees that are too low, they don't have that capability.
So my understanding, I have the technical team here, but my understanding is most of the landscaping is on the inside, not on Chrome, so that it buffers the inside of the side. But I can have them come up if they have some more information that they can provide on landscaping.
I don't need an answer tonight, but I think
okay, yeah, of course,
I would like to
absolutely.
see a picture of that just so we can see it. That's all. Thank you.
Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the definition of a covering? What is the covering going to look like? An awning?
So no, it's more permanent, for lack of a better word, than an awning. It's basically a metal square overhang that will be longer at the points of the window and less or more narrow at the in between points.
So you mentioned there being issues potentially with storms, but if it's something that's permanent, then wouldn't it have to be?
Yes, the concern is that if it's 4.5 feet all the way across, it picks up more wind, and they would need to have stronger fasteners to be able to contain it in the building. If it comes in and out of the building, which is what it does now, it creates less of that effect if there were to be wind coming under.
So you're requesting a variance so that there's less?
The variance is to not need the porte cochere. So technically it would be for nothing. In talking with staff, we understood that this was important, and so this is a condition that we're willing to proffer to make it more palatable.
Okay, but what I don't understand is why not make it a long, even porte cochere or covering that you said, okay.
It's late, it's
what
okay.
What time is it? The fasteners,
yeah.
That it requires more fasteners, then we install more fasteners and have it be an even
So if it's
Please,
important
correct?
for the council for it to be 4.5 feet across, we certainly take that back.
If you're going that far, you might as well just not have a variance and have what the code requires, right?
We would still need the variance because the porte cochere comes all the way across and has columns on the opposite side, creating a traditional old picture like a bank drive-through. And that takes up a lot of space on the other side of
I
the
didn't
site.
think that the columns were required.
By definition, that's a porte cochere, right?
Right.
The code,
Columns,
yeah, the code calls for a structure, and there's no place there to put the columns.
Right. So enough fasteners will be used that it's not any issue with potential storms is the bottom line that I'm trying to get to.
Well, the calculations have to be made, because this is something that was proffered today
Right.
between an architect and a lawyer. No engineers were involved, so until they don't go
Architects
to
and
the
lawyers.
engineer, we don't know.
Then we're fine.
That is very true.
Okay, because my big concern was if it was some type of awning, who's going to be maintaining it, because they do not look nice for a while. Sidewalks, real quick. So the variance, what is the variance asked for on Chrome Avenue?
It's just to narrow the width of the sidewalks.
Yeah, but, sorry, but the variance is not on Chrome Avenue. The
Oh,
variance is on the sidewalk that is between the parking on the side and the building.
Okay, so
Because
Chrome
Yeah,
Avenue,
the code calls for when the cars are fronting the sidewalk, the code calls for 11 feet, and here they are providing 7 feet.
okay. My concern is, once we get to this grand walkable downtown area, they are close enough, so not that that sidewalk is shorter or less wide than what we're doing down Losnick.
In the front, on the contrary, in the front, like the regular sidewalk is widened, so there is more space
Okay.
for pedestrians.
Those were my two concerns. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we got Fletcher, we got you to my right. Are we good? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a briefing, and I know that you listen to me. You always do, and I always can count on the fact that you'll go back to the client and let them know what the asks are, and it ultimately is up to the client to decide if they're willing to make the accommodations or to proffer, different suggestions. I made various requests for curb appeal improvements, for a review of the landscaping, for the option to still have the porte cochere on the queuing lane area, not on the pickup window side of things. So in this particular application, we're force-fitting a McDonald's to, be built on a piece of land that otherwise, according to code, it would not fit in an area where it is a food desert. And so I'm all good with a big corporation coming in and investing and, potentially bringing in, being a catalyst for more development, but I don't hear any of the feedback that I discussed with you guys, and so I don't know if that's just being flat out ignored or there's just
No, not at all, Councilwoman. So let me kind of walk through what I remember. So the idea of adding this, and I'm sorry that we don't have a picture, but the idea of adding the slide on the landscaping was so you could see the amount of landscaping that it would have. In terms of curb appeal, I know we talked about the potential for a mural in the walls that encase the garbage receptacle, essentially. They are willing to consider that. At the end of the day, this application is for McDonald's corporate. It's going to have an operator, and a lot of that's going to be up to the operator. So they're willing to they're of course going to let the operator know that that's important to you. Also, you wanted to know about community benefits. Obviously, McDonald's is known for the Ronald McDonald House, which does tremendous work for children who are, undergoing all sorts of difficulties. But understanding that that's not super close to the city, they have told us and they have assured us that when they know who the operator is, and part of the challenge is we don't know who it's going to be, that they will let them know that it is important to you all that there be community benefits in the sense of working with local schools or community programming or what they can do to make this community better in the immediate area where they're located.
I'll rest there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me open the floor for public comment. Is there anyone online? Okay, so we will close the public comment on tabs 7 and 8. And if there's nothing further from council, we need a motion on tab 8, moved by Councilman Cannibal on the variance, portion on tab 8. And we have a second by Councilman Fletcher. So let's have a roll call vote on tab 8.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, and then back to tab 7, the site plan approval. Motion, Councilman Cannibal.
So
second by
that is
Councilman
clear, I'm sorry, that is clear. I was just looking again at the wording there. That is clear that there is no, that the sidewalk on Chrome Avenue is the same width as we are doing downtown. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on tab 7. So let's have a roll call vote on that.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we need another motion to extend the meeting to 11:40. We have a lot of folks that sat here a long time tonight. All right, we have a motion and a second to 11:40. All in favor? Aye. How many opposed? 2? Okay. Moving on to tab 9.
9.
Tab 9, card number 4979. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval as requested by Viking 162 LLC for the development of an approximately 14,918 square foot commercial retail facility on an approximately 1.44 acre parcel of land located at 16195 Southwest 320th Street. The City of Homestead is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Does anyone need a staff report at this point?
Nope.
Didn't think so. All right, do we have a motion to approve tab 9? Moved by Cannibal, second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Any public comment? Close the public comment and a roll call vote on tab 9, the final plat for Viking 162.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 10.
Yes, tab 10, car number 5018, it's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval as requested by Lennar Homes, Inc. for the development of 54 single-family home residential subdivision on an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Southwest 320th Street, west of Southeast 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Okay, waive staff report. Any questions from council? Let's get a motion on the table. Moved by Councilman Cannibal, second by Councilman Fletcher. Any public comment? We'll close the public hearing. Roll call vote on tab 10, the final plat for Portobello Estates.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 11.
Tab 11, car number 5019, it's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval as requested by Lennar Homes, Inc. for the development of 296 townhome residential subdivision on approximately 54.45 acre parcel of land located at the northwest corner of Southwest 344th Street and Southeast 12th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Any objection to waiving the staff report? Any public comment? Close the public hearing. Let's have a motion on this item. Moved by Vice Mayor Bailey, seconded by Councilman Roth. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that was tab 11. Yes. Okay.
So moving on to tab 12.
Yeah.
Tab 12 is also,
13,
like we
14.
did in the LPA, is tied to tab 13 and 14. So I can introduce
Yes.
each one of those, vote separately.
Collective discussion, yeah.
So tab 12, card number 5022, it's the first reading of an ordinance to the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Blue Net Commons of an approximately 10-acre parcel of land from retail commercial B2 zoning district to multiple apartment R3 zoning district for property generally located south of Southwest 8th Street and east of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 13, card number 5021, the first reading of an ordinance to the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map designation as requested by Blue Nest of an approximately 20.33 acre parcel of land from technology mixed use TMU to medium density residential use for property generally located south of Southwest 8th Street, east of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the city's comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date. And last item is tab 14, card number 50-5038, is the first reading of an ordinance to the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan by amending the text of the medium density residential use MRU future land use category contained in Objective 2 Policy 2.1 to permit density up to 15 dwelling units per acre for properties containing a vested rights determination, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Does the order of adoption matter?
Yes. Tab 13, 14, or 14, 13, and
12. 14, 13, and then 12. Okay. All right, so I think we touched on this briefly at the LPA. Are there any questions or comments from council on this? Councilwoman?
I consider this a housekeeping measure. This item was already, or the related items were already heard way back when, and has to get done. We have precedent set for it with other rezoning and flume combinations.
Well,
Thank you.
It wasn't. This is one of those darned if you do, darned if you don't. There's no good. And our staff initiated these items to bring everything into compliance. So, all right, so let's have a motion on tab 14. Moved by Ross, seconded by Cannibal. Any public comment? Didn't think so. Close the public hearing, and let's have a roll call on 14.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, tab 13. Our motion? Been moved and seconded. Public comment? We'll close the public hearing. Roll call on tab 13, please.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 12. We have a motion on tab 12, moved by Vice Mayor Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. Any public comment? Close the public hearing. Roll call on tab 12.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And I have to say, the public needs to know, we cut by 50% the risk of the total amount of units that would have been allowed under the old zoning category. We don't make the rules, we just have to live with them and find a way to do what's best. All right. Let's jump to, I know we have some folks here. Let's go to 18. Tab 18.
Yes, tab 18, card number 4951. This is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 25 Subdivision and Plating, Article 1 in general, Section 25-1 definitions, and further creating Article 6 Unity of Title, Covenant in lieu thereof, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, providing for an effective date. Second and final reading.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Public comment? I think we're good. Second reading. Our apologies to your entire family that you weren't with tonight. Roll call vote on tab 18. Second reading.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Cannavale? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion
And we'll let the
carries.
record reflect that council for this item was present, has been present all night. Waiting for this item.
appreciate that my client would want to know that.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to make sure your client knows you were here all night. All right, so that takes us back to
15.
15.
Tab 15 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 20, Parks and Recreation, to repeal and replace existing regulations related to fees levied for the use of park facilities, establishing a new schedule of fees for the use of park facilities, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Any public comment? Close the public hearing. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner? Mayor
Yeah.
Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Second reading on tab 16.
Tab 16 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the general fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, ending September 30, 2026, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $50,000, providing for severability and an effective date.
We'll waive the staff report. We'll have a motion moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Cannavale. Any public comment? Close the public hearing and a roll call vote on 16.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Cannavale? Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to second reading of tab 17.
Tab 17 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 29, Vegetation, Article 1, Landscaping, by establishing the minimum standards and landscaping regulations pursuant to the City of Homestead Landscaping Manual to supplement the Miami-Dade County landscaping standards and requirements, establishing regulations related to landscaping and irrigation, certification, and recertification for properties developed as multifamily residential, commercial and/or industrial, and providing for the enforcement of such certification and recertification, and further amending Article 2, Tree Preservation and Protection, by modifying regulations to clarify applicable permit fees and tree preservation trust fund contribution rates, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
All right, moved, and we'll waive staff report. Moved by Ross, seconded by Cannavale. Any public comment? Close the public hearing and a roll call vote on tab 17.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Cannavale? Councilman Ross? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So in case we run out of time, let's hit the bigger picture things on down the line. Let's jump to tab 20.
Tab 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a covenant for maintenance and landscaping within the right-of-way, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Is there any public comment? Close the public hearing and roll call vote on tab 20.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 21.
Do we want to hit 19, or are we?
No, we're going to come back.
We're going to come back to it?
If
Okay.
we have time. If we don't, let's know.
Okay.
Great.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, requesting Miami-Dade County to convey certain county-owned property identified in folio number 10-7813-052-0260 to the City of Homestead to resolve a property encroachment affecting city-owned pump station number 15, authorizing the city manager to accept the property on behalf of the city, take any action necessary to effectuate its transfer, providing for implementation, providing for transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Is there any public comment? Anything further from council? Let's have a roll call vote on tab 21.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mayor, if I may, for the record, the staff advised that these properties with these pump stations or whatever they are, they're going to be curb appealed and landscaped, et cetera. So that's what I was
Correct,
told.
absolutely
Thank
so.
you.
All right, 22. Pocket Park.
Tab 22 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, requesting Miami-Dade County to convey certain county-owned property identified by folio number 10-7813-03260 360750 to the City of Homestead for public park and neighborhood revitalization purposes, authorizing the city manager to accept the property on behalf of the city and take any action necessary to effectuate its transfer, providing for implementation, providing for transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Moved by Cannonball, seconded by Avila. Public comment. We'll close the public hearing. Roll call vote on tab, what's this? 22.
22.
Thank you all.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konsky? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
On to 23.
Tab 23 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the ranking of the Evaluation Committee of Proposers to RFP 2026-10, events, AV, lighting, staging, equipment, and services, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into an agreements with the top-ranked firms, Event Factor, Inc., Live 305 LLC, and Multimedia Solutions LLC. For such agreements shall be subject to approvals to form legal sufficiency by the city attorney, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Any public comment? Close the public hearing, and we'll have a roll call vote on tab 23.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion.
Tab 24
24
is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the utilization of sole source contracts, competitively bid contract, and continuing contract RFQ 2013-07 for the purchase of the city's police department information technology hardware, software, maintenance, and related services through capital improvement program number 2659 for an amount not to exceed $1,911,599.76, exempting the procurement from competitive bidding in accordance with Section 2-411.1 of the City Code, authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents to effectuate this resolution, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and approve a price adjustment of up to 10%, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move it. Thank you. Absolutely. All right. Moved by Ross, seconded by Cannonball. This is a big expenditure, Chief. Is there anything you need to add to the record? Nope. Okay. Public comment? Close public hearing and a roll call vote on this tab 24.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila?
Tab 30 is a second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 8, Contracts and Purchasing of the City Code of Ordinances of the City of Homestead to create Division 3, Processing of Proposals, creating Section 2-423, General Provisions, creating Section 2-424, Qualifying Public-Private Partnership Proposals, creating Section 2-425, Unsolicited Land Proposals for City-Owned Real Property, establishing a procedure for the receipt, screening, evaluation, negotiation of qualifying public-private partnership proposals consistent with Section 255.065 Florida statutes, establishing a separate procedure for the receipt, screening, evaluation, negotiation of unsolicited proposals for the sale, lease, ground lease, redevelopment, or other disposition of city-owned real property or interest therein, codifying application fees for each category of proposal, subject to other applicable law governing the disposition of property, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
I just
Any
would
comment?
like,
I think we've addressed all of the issues that.
that's what I want to
Yeah.
know. How did we address the issues?
So, okay. Yes, very quickly.
Or slow it down so he doesn't get his raise.
So the instruction that I took from the previous meeting was a few separate things. What we did was we added a few definitions to clarify the P3 application versus the property application. We've established the fee. We provided for the refund of unused funds, which was one of the topics of discussion that so it'll serve more like a cost recovery function. So any unexpended funds will be returned back to the proposer. And from a structural standpoint, what we've done is city staff will conduct an initial evaluation for completeness, but once an application has been deemed, a proposal has been deemed to be complete, it will be presented to the council as a matter of course. So the council will make the decision as to when, whether or not it wants to proceed. So that decision won't rely with staff. It'll be, once it's determined that it's complete, it comes back to council, and the council will give direction to staff as to how they want to proceed from there.
Pretty good. I think I did a good job of incorporating all of our concerns. Anything further? Did we have a motion? Okay. Moved by Fletcher, seconded by Cannonball? Yeah, okay. Public comment? All right, we'll close the public hearing. We'll have a roll call vote on tab 30.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Koski? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. We might make it. Tab 31.
Tab 31 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a revised retainer agreement with Weiss Serota Healthman, Bierman, PL, for the provision of city attorney services, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement exempting the transaction from competitive bidding in accordance with Section 2-411.18 of the City Code, authorizing city officials to take all actions necessary to implement the agreement, providing for implementation and for an effective date.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We probably need to do in the future a second part. You know, we're still working off a contract that was 2 pages from many years ago, and I think it was more of a managerial where we established the procedures and it's called LSRs, legal services request, and kind of get that honed down. And that's just a function of codifying what we've our course of dealing. All right. Any public comment? Close the public hearing. Roll call on tab 31.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor, there's one public comment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Is it Ram? Yep. How did I know? Go ahead. You're on.
Yes, it's Ram. Unfortunately, I'm still up with you guys, but good job. I just want to know how much is the existing contract and how much are we increasing it to?
This only increases the hourly rate. This is not, at budget time, we typically allocate a lump sum. That is not changing this. This adjusts the rate that has not been adjusted in how long, Mr. Pearl? 8 years. 8 years?
8 years.
Okay, so how much is the hourly rate going up to? And how much is it now?
I don't have that in front of me.
The hourly rate would be $300 an hour. It had been at $200 and I believe $17 for 8 years.
Good luck finding that rate anywhere with a firm of this caliber or in far second place.
Okay.
That answer your
Thank you.
question, Ram? Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we have a motion and a second. We need a roll call on tab 31.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Koski? Councilman Cannavale? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to
33.
tab 33.
Tab 33 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, convening a charter review committee in accordance with Section 8.04 of the City Charter, calling upon each member of the City Council to make a respective nomination to the Charter Review Committee, providing for the City Attorney to serve as counsel for the Charter Review Committee, establishing deadlines for the commencement of proceedings and submittal of recommendations, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Yes. Vice
Move
Mayor?
it, and can staff please provide us with what the last board was to refresh our memory? Sure. I remember
Sure, we
my
have
pick,
that.
but I just wanted to see.
I've recently
Thank you.
seen it, but don't ask me at this time of night who was on it.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any questions to my right? Comments?
I just want to clarify, this is not foreclosing the opportunity for us to put any items on this November's election, and those
Correct.
charter changes
The-
could still be discussed. Yeah.
The council can do it at once.
Yeah.
I support this item. Thank you.
And these are for some of the more some things can't be done on the fly. And there are some other things that need to be done. Okay, we have motion and a second. Any public comment? All right. Roll call. Yeah, what? Oh, we do, okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. Reference the Charter Review Committee, are they going to be discussing the 3 charter amendments that was recently, would they be making that decision prior to coming to you guys, or is it totally separate?
Remember, the committee makes their recommendations. This is advisory only. we can, and I think in the past, each of us has submitted topics to the committee for consideration.
Okay.
So, it doesn't foreclose anything. Some of the issues that were raised a few weeks ago probably cannot be fully vetted either by us or a committee in time for the mid-July
Deadline.
cutoff for the November ballot. But that doesn't preclude, next year.
Okay. And the other question I had, because I'm not sure if I may have missed it, tab number, where is it at? 26. Did that one already get discussed?
Which one is that?
26?
I know we did. That was amending the rules of, council rules of procedure. Yes, that was adopted.
So it did get passed?
Correct.
And just had a quick question. Wasn't there a clarification regarding cutting down the 3-minute time to a lower time?
If necessary, given the number of speakers and the length of the agenda.
Got it.
It's not an across-the-board reduction.
Perfect.
Every meeting, every topic
Just
will
depending.
stand on its own,
Okay.
like tonight.
Thank you for clarifying, because I just wanted to bring that up. It was great to see the people come out and talk. So thank you very much
Thank
for the
you.
clarification.
All right. So, did we vote on the charter committee?
No, we're still waiting about.
Okay, that's right. So we'll close the public hearing and have a roll call vote on tab 33.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Cannavale? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konski? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
Okay, Councilwoman Avila, did you want to defer 34 to our next meeting?
I'm okay with that, but I do believe that this is being rolled out right away. And there's a June 2nd event also that's going to be incorporating this initiative, so I believe it has to get passed. And I know that.
I understand they're kind of doing some of it on their own already, they being the police department.
Yeah, I would like to give them the opportunity, because I know they've prepared long and hard for it, to go ahead and do a quick preview and present the reso.
Okay, so I'll just do it because we are going to start, and we haven't been using any of the marketing materials because we've been using the name, assuming this was going to get passed. But this was born on February 18th out of public comment. A caller called in and asked for a zero tolerance initiative for distracted driving. Councilwoman Avila spearheaded it. We met several times. We talked about it, and we've started to roll this up. And basically where we are, let me go through here, is, and why is this important? In some of the research that we did, we found that we had 7,525 crashes in City of Homestead. 79 of them, we wrote citations for text messaging while driving, which is a lot. That's 1 in 7 of the accidents that we've had did that. I mean, it's such a problem that the state of Florida made 2 statutes for texting and driving. One regular texting, and the other one if texting near schools or in construction sites. So what we've done is, when we have a very talented community policing unit, they've made this logo. This will be the City of Homestead, if approved. This will be the City of Homestead's logo for Safe Roads, Safer Homestead, which is our distracted driving initiative. It'll be a 4-pillar operation. It's going to be education first, enforcement next, community engagement through social media, through touch points, all of the events that we're going to have, and our partnerships with FHP, with the Florida Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles Department, who have their own, which they call Put It Down. So Pillar 1 is the education part, a lot of school presentations. We have teen-targeted marketing materials. This is some of it that you'll see here. This is some of the flyers that we're putting out. This is some of the teen-targeted flyers that we're putting out and educational materials for teens. You can tell by the colors. And then one of the things that we came up with that was pretty innovative by, again, our community policing unit is that they made pledges. And so the idea is, if you look at the bottom there, that's a pledge that adults will give us on the side, but students will give us on the right side. And we'll keep those pledges, we'll log them, and that'll be part of the statistical data that we're going to keep to kind of determine the efficacy of this program. The next thing is the Pillar 2 and number 4 is all about enforcement and our partnership in enforcement with those those partnership that we've had with Florida Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and the Department of Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle. Obviously, I'm trying to move fast because I'm trying to get it done. So there's several events. We have a Super Saturday event coming soon. We've already done a town hall, which we didn't call it by the name because we didn't want to roll that out yet. And there's going to be some social media campaigning that we're going to do on the initiative. This is some of the texts that our community policing came with. There's a lot of statistical information. These are only 2, but there's actually like 8 of them that are totally different, along with some of the videos that we're going to do. So there's 5 phases to this. We've already started the foundation. We have the launch prep. We're going live tomorrow if this gets approved today. We're going to expand it with more education. We've made a lot of deals with different schools, but they haven't counted us into their schedule because their school, next year's school year just hasn't started. And then we're going to measure based on citations. We're going to determine how efficient it's been based on community feedback analysis, and obviously all the data that we receive on accidents. If we get 79 accidents less than last year, we'll be okay. And part of that is because we are enforcing the byproduct of distracted driving, which is the hazardous mover, the running the red light, the speeding, and all of that. It's the more obvious and easily recognizable byproduct of distracted driving. And that's it. That's how we're going to measure it, by citizen volume, school reach, social engagement, community touch points based on some of those pledges that we have, and crash data improvement. It's not going to cost us much. We have a couple grants that we're going to be dealing with and pulling from, and a lot of the educational materials are stuff that we budgeted for and we have.
And you're really not inventing the wheel. Other agencies have similar programs, and you were somewhat, as part of your bigger traffic enforcement, we're dealing with distracted driving.
Yeah, so what happens is, what we deal with most of the time, so you saw that we wrote 79 tickets, but there were 7,000 accidents. We can't say that they were texting only 79% of the time, or 79 of those incidents. What we can say is that we will write the ticket on the more obvious infraction, which is running the red light, speeding, weaving in and out of lanes, which, like I said, is the byproduct of texting. The problem with the statute of texting is it's very limited, it's very hard to prove, and it's hard to prosecute in court, because there's a lot of tolerances for, you've got to hit multiple digits, you have to see them. If they're typing into a GPS or some kind of GPS, Waze or anything like that, that doesn't count. You can't write them a ticket for that. We can't search their phone. There's so many protections that it's easier for us to write, again, the byproduct and the consequence of distracted driving, which is the hazardous moving violation.
If I may? Thank you. So, that was one of my questions, was what have we done in the past? What are we doing now? And what are other agencies doing? And we did not have any programs or similar enforcement programs ever, according to the research that was done. We don't currently have anything specifically looking for distracted driving, and we don't have anything to compare to. The county has basically said they're going to enforce what the state is doing, and there's just a state statute. So this is very unique to Homestead, and I want to congratulate the police department under the chief's leadership for putting together a fully thorough presentation, which is identifying education in addition to enforcement. Because right now, they just have the state's statute to enforce, and as you can see, only 79 out of all of those accidents have been able to be identified. And so by being more purposeful in identifying these issues and making it an educational and a commitment, right? There's a commitment engaged between the individual and the city through that, what did you call it?
Pledge.
Through the pledge factor. I think that that is going to create safe roads and a safer Homestead. And thank you for the name improvement. So I do ask for support on this resolution and for us to all celebrate it being part of our overall policy within the police department to advocate for it and to keep it a strong program. And it's for all of us to champion, not just me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Not to belabor, but I would offer that we all sign the pledge ourselves, and we have city employees sign the pledge as well. He's the manager, but
your mother.
And just one quick thing, Chief, policies, if you remember. Policies.
Sorry,
I'll ask
which-
you afterwards.
okay.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Got one question.
Yes.
Hey, the new software we're buying for you guys, can you track those pledges in that software? So if you pull it over, that's got a pledge, you can tell them, hey, you pledged not to do this.
So we'll definitely track the pledges. We'll see if the Force Metrics, if we can find a way
Sure.
to save it through there.
I think it'd be a cool idea.
All right.
Can I just read this one into the record? So we
Okay. If we didn't, sure.
No, we didn't. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, promoting and supporting the Homestead Police Department's Safe Roads, Safer Homestead initiative, recognizing the importance of distracted driving awareness, defensive driving, seatbelt use, pedestrian safety, compliance with applicable state traffic laws, directing the city manager and police department to implement public education, outreach, partnership, and enforcement efforts consistent with state law, providing for implementation and an effective date.
All right, so I understand there's a public comment online.
Yes, sir. Romero?
Go ahead, Romero. Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This message is for Chief because I also concur with Councilman Fletcher in regards to having staff signing that pledge. How is this enforceable on your police officers? And by the way, did we ever find out who was allegedly drag racing from the social media post that was broadcasted all over the media?
Yes, we did. Our internal affairs unit did investigate that. They identified the officer, and we have already disciplined him.
And I know the officer's name?
Officer Rivas.
Officer Rivas. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chief.
No problem.
Thank you, Romero. Any further, Brandy?
Thank you, Mayor. It's almost midnight, and this was one of the main reasons why it came to stay late. I wanted to support Councilwoman Erica on this matter, but major support to our chief and the police department. I just wanted to mention it's very appreciated from the community that the police is giving heads up on certain initiatives that they're working on. Seat belts, speeding, different DUI checks and stuff like that. Us, the community, we really appreciate him, all the things that he's been doing since he's become chief and working with our command staff and the officers. They're keeping us, the residents, safe. So it's important sometimes that we stay late till midnight to come and show them that support. And this is another great initiative. So thank you, Councilwoman Erica.
Anything further? Pardon? We'll close the public hearing, and we'll have a roll call on this item.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Cannavale? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mayor, we have one item. It was tab 19 that we skipped over.
Yeah, I know, I was going to go back to that.
Okay, just.
So go ahead and read tab.
Tab 9.
Extend it to, okay, so we have a motion to extend to midnight.
Good.
All in favor? Aye.
Tab 19 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a proposal and approving work authorization from EXP US Services, Inc. for the city's Vision Zero Safety Action Plan, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We have the staff report. Is there anything we need to hear? Okay, moved by Councilman Roth, second by Councilman Cannonball. There's nothing further from council. Let's see if there's any public comment on this item. Okay, we'll close the public hearing and have a roll call on tab 19.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Is there anything that any member of council really needs to get off their chest and say tonight, or can we, we're going to hear from the city manager first, real quick.
Just a couple of announcements. Monday is Memorial Weekend Day, so there will be a ceremonial event at the usual place, which is the Caballero Woodlawn Memorial Cemetery. The event starts at, I believe, at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I urge mayor and council to strive to be present. I know Councilman Roth usually shows up. Also, shout out to Homestead Police Department Officer George Valdez for being named Rookie of the Year by PBA. There will be a FIFA Youth Clinic at the Homestead Regional Park on May 30th by 9 o'clock. This is being hosted by County Commissioner Keone McGee. I urge AYSOs and everyone involved to show up. And just a point of information, council and mayor, we will be starting the installation of the America 250 banners on the streets, I believe in the next 1 week. That's all I have for tonight.
Good, thank you. Do we have any questions for the manager? All right, Mr. Attorney? Nothing. Okay. Councilwoman Avila, anything further? No. Thank you. Councilman Roth? Thank you. Councilwoman Konsky? Oh, come on, tonight was your night. Everybody else is... Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Fletcher? Okay. Good one.
Thank you all for supporting the Haitian Heritage event. It was amazing. The turnout was great. They're putting together some pictures so they can thank you personally. Good night, and almost happy Friday.
Thank you all. Appreciate you being here. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you all. Good night.
Are the
Thank
boys
you.
upstairs?